Well, hello, Soul Family. How are you? Welcome, Grand Rising, Great Rising, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Check in. Welcome to the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show. Today is Friday. Happy Friday. Yay! It is Friday, September the 6th, 2024, and the time is 8:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check in. Let us know where you're hailing from. I saw people here from all over America, Australia, and even in the different parts of Asia. So, welcome. We're so glad to have everybody here. Now, you know that President Trump made an announcement earlier, a couple of days ago, saying it all begins on September the 6th. So, I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that, but what we're going to do is we're going to ask one of our guests to tell us what's so special about today as it relates to what's going on around the world. So, welcome. Come on in, check in the room. Let us know where you're hailing from. Let us know how you're feeling. I hope you have your pencils, your paper, your notepads. Go get your water, your tea, your coffee, or a glass of wine, my darlings, because this show is going to be amazing. Now, we're bringing on two special guests back by popular demand. You already know who it is, but please allow me first to just do some housekeeping. Thank you so much for all that you've done joining in the show and supporting the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show. So many of you have blessed me with financial blessings, love, prayer, gifts. And speaking of gifts, you all look at this gift I got from our own John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., JFK Jr., also known as David Keith Quigley, gave me this amazing gift. I don't think you can see it, but I did put it on my Facebook and on my YouTube channel. This is a picture of JFK Jr. It is beautiful. It comes in gold, or you can get a silver, you can get it black, you can get rainbow colors. I mean, it's beautiful. It is a little weighted. It's stainless steel. It has his image on the front and something on the back. I'm going to bring him on to tell you all what this means, because I'm telling you, there's something that he put special in this jewel here. I slept last night all through the night for the first time in months. So he's going to have to come in over here and tell us what's special about this pendant. But can you imagine getting a necklace from, the president's son? So I'm just elated about that, how you all have shown me so much love. These do go on sale for about $122, and I'll give you that information a little bit later. But I'm just elated. He made my day. So just knowing him and these two special guests, I'm telling you, I feel loved, and all the support that you all give me. I am so grateful, family. So I will read out all the people, shout out all of you who have sent me a blessing at the end of the show. But we have amazing guests. And I first need to read this disclaimer, if you will allow me to. I've been advised, my darling, to read this disclaimer, so bear with me. This is a call and a mission to shape or reshape humanity. So the disclaimer is the host and the guests of this show affirm that the information that we're going to give today is true and correct based on our respective knowledge and research. The general public, you all, our soul family, is advised to use your own discernment when listening to and digesting this information. Contemplate whether or not it's true to you. Now, everybody is, of course, subject to, and they will have their own opinion, and we advise you to have your own opinions. We just ask that if you express them, to please be kind and generous to our lovely guests today, because they didn't have to come and share this amazing information. You may, of course, ask questions. Just please be kind when you ask the questions. And if you have an urge to, be a little rambunctious, try to temper that with kindness and love, because our guests are full of kindness and love, and that's how we are here. We're high vibrational beings. So please ask your questions, and know that if any information goes against your beliefs or what you know, it's okay. Challenge those ideologies. Just ask respectfully. No bullying, please. No disrespect or unkind remarks. Just be kind, as you all are anyway. But I just wanted to give this disclaimer that this is true according to our research and what we know to be true. So if you don't know, if you don't like it, it's okay. Ask questions. These two guests are ready to answer questions, because, again, this is a call and a mission to reshape humanity and to inject global wealth to make us all happy, full of joy, full of life, and prosperous. So, without any further ado, family, keep checking in. We will shout you out a little later and answer your questions. My first guest here is none other than Alfredo Francisco, who is an independent researcher. Alfredo Francisco was a researcher who actually was on a hunt to seek the truth. And in his studies and research, he came across Princess, who you all know, and we're going to let him introduce her. And when he found her, it confirmed all the things for which he had been searching. And it led him to write a book that he has not published yet. Many of you have asked me, where's this book? Where's this book? But it's going to be amazing. This man is full of knowledge. He is a historian, so to speak. Now, he doesn't claim to be a historian, but when you listen to the knowledge and wisdom that he has based on his research and his independent studies, you will see, and his travels, he's traveled all across the world. You will see that this man is a jewel for us. So we are honored and elated to have you here with us, Alfredo Francisco. Welcome. How are you?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Kia. Good morning to all the listeners globally. It's a nice to be in the show again. We miss you so much, and hopefully, we're going to have an amazing show today.
You know, you are back by popular demand. I People have been telling me from our last program that they needed a part two. They needed to ask questions. They were digging deeper once they heard some of the information that you shared. And so I put out a post to ask on many of my social media outlets. If you guys want to hear from Alfredo and the princess again, just put yes. And we had hundreds, Alfredo, of people that say yes, they wanted to hear you all give a part two. So thank you.
Oh, is that so? So that's amazing then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So, Alfredo, I'm not going to give a long introduction of Princess Elizabeth Rodriguez, but just a brief one because we introduced her before. And then I'm going to turn it over to you to see if you want to have some words to start off the podcast. But Princess Elizabeth Rodriguez is a unique woman that comes from a very unique bloodline. She is the CEO of many humanitarian projects. She is a mother and former banker, and she is the M1 of three trusts in one. And she is the sole executor who unlocks the reverse key program for global and or planetary wealth. We'll get into that and what that means. But I just wanted to introduce her title and let people know that's a little bit different from an estate manager. She is the sole executor. Is that correct, Alfredo?
Yeah, absolutely. Correct.
Absolutely correct. So I'm going to bring her on, Alfredo, and let you do the honors of, introducing her in your own way. So hello, Princess. Welcome.
Yes, hello. It's already my time. Thank you so much again
You're
for
welcome.
having us as your guest this morning, actually, our time. And of course, globally, in your time, there is about what? Evening, right?
Yes, it's
Good,
12
good
hours.
evening to everyone. Globally, shout out to the QPEC of 999 family globally from East and West, North and South. And of course, I would like to thank all the viewers, listeners and followers, and for all different platforms in terms of different channel. I suppose that they have YouTube, Facebook, Rumble,
Mhm.
um, Telegram, and what else, Signal, and
Twitter.
some other stuff. So many, Twitter. I mean, it's so many things, but again, this is not all about being popular or people has to really know who you are. This is all about our show is about giving you some education and for you guys to all understand the truth and for us to be your instrumental and being the we're only a servant from our creator, giving you all the support and messages that is actually coming from both spiritual and material. And here we are, we would like to explore a lot of information that everybody should really know about it, and when it's come to spiritual and material and physical. And of course, thank you, Dr. Kia, by the way, for your amazing introduction and for your kindness. And
Yes,
I know that everything happened to a lot of reason, by the way. That's why we're all together.
yes,
Because I know for the first time that everybody know me from Wolverine. Thank you so much for him. And then Peter Walker's show. from
Oh,
Nizara's show, and Brownlee one time. I was a guest there. And of course, Dr. Kia and other more. And I have a lot of invitation, but for those that I never kind of agree with the invitation for me to be a guest, I'm so sorry, but not everybody can be able to be what do you call this one? In other words, that I can be able to attend to that
yes.
in terms of a lot of, but I would of course in my interview today I will going to go to that matters to make sure to clear some issue so
Mhm.
that people can really understand really, because I know that a lot of people are asking question, you know, why now and why not before, why not 5 years ago, why not last year, why not, why today, why this month or last month, right? So
Right.
they have a lot of really question or doubt in their mind, and that's okay, guys, because again, we have all our free will to believe, to
Mm.
understand, to be able to open our mind, our brain, our heart, and your discernment. It's up to you. Like what Dr. Kia was explaining from the, you know, from the start, that it's up to you to decide whether what you want to do, whether you want to be, you want to believe on it, you want to be able to do your own research, and the time that when it's come, that when you receive that, are you ready to receive it, and what are you going to do about it? So they have so many things. It's not all about material, Dr. Kia,
Mhm.
or physical. This is all about spiritual that we're having at this point right now. And of course, we will go into that. But again, thank you so much again for hopefully that we will have such a great time
We
and
will.
understanding
Yes.
and clearance to our conscience and our mind and heart, that we will all be all working together and understand and be a team, you know, like we have to be all team in everything, you know, like to get along, not to have some kind of discussion or fight. I mean, this is all about spreading love, you know, communication well and knowing what it is, and be a part of our society, to be an asset instead of being liabilities, and to be a solution to any kind of problem, not a problem. In other words, so we have to actually clean ourselves to be
Mhm.
able to have our planet to be clean. And why do you think that our planet is dirty? Because the people itself are all not cleaning their own self. You know what I mean, Dr. Kia, right? So I keep telling that even from the beginning. But again, of course, I think it's a long introduction. But again, thank you so much again for this morning.
You're welcome, Princess. I am just honored to know you and to know Alfredo, and I'm so grateful that you even extended me this opportunity a second time. You have a
Mhm.
unique background. You come from a unique bloodline, and I want to ask before you go into that. I want to ask Alfredo what led him to you. I know he was looking for you. Alfredo, can you just give us some information about how or why you were searching for her and what led you to the princess?
Oh, it's because during the time we were in the COVID pandemic era, I was contemplating what to do because we were locked down inside the house for some kind 45 days.
Okay.
So the reason why I searched for her, because while I was writing a book, I was stuck up in the scenario that I have to look for the spiritual person that will represent in our current timeline regarding to the Queen of Sheba. Okay,
Mhm. Yes.
because the Queen of Sheba will also represent the one that is meant to be the Queen of the South,
Okay.
because the title of being the Queen of the South also represents something in our culture.
Mhm.
So that is why I look for that person. So that leads me to the princess, and
Okay.
the rest is already history. But before we know each other in one of the YouTube show, we are still strangers. I do not know anything about her life, what she was in her past, nothing. I got nothing. But everything that I have been written on the book, this somehow describes to what personality she is right now.
Mm.
So everything is there. It's written from the past, the present, and eventually our future.
Wow. Wow. And you
When
said,
can I add to that, Dr. Kia?
please,
I was
please.
surprised, Alfredo, that I never even sent you my last will testament and my secret book of redemption. You know, the LOI, the two copper plate 1969 thing. That I am so sorry you never even have that and read that. But how do you know all of those things that actually says on that, which you never even have and read that in your, from yourself, right? I mean, I was
Yeah,
just like,
it's because of my experience. I've
Mm,
learned all those things in my experience. That's personal experience, actual, real.
mm,
I've talked to people, not here in the country, but outside the country
mm,
when I was still traveling abroad. So all those
mm-hmm.
persons were telling me all those stories,
mm.
and by that time I cannot still correlate to the story because it is the other way around, which we hear uh, here in our country.
Yeah, and
That is why,
we never even met with Alfredo yet, and we're not even best friend even way about before that we actually connect to one of Anton Israel show, right, with another doctor, and then it so
yeah,
happened that
correct.
we kind of connect, we start talking, we exchange information, then he asked me a lot of questions, which in fact that I fill in because Alfredo is the type of person that when someone claimed or someone told him about something, you have to tell him, and he will always have a question, one, two, or three, or one question or two that represent that if you don't answer that, meaning you're not the real one. You have to prove to me that show me the truth or show me the information or backup or prove that exactly what you're saying. So pretty much me when we talk it's just like, do you have any question about it? I mean, and I'm the one who actually drill her so bad, like, go ahead and do your research, check
Yeah.
it out. I mean, don't believe me to what I'm saying. And then he respond to me, I totally believe you, princess. How do you know that? Because I already researched it. In fact, my father was your favorite father's bodyguard or personal something, which connect that when he was young he already heard so much stuff about being having our ex-president to have a child that is going to open the wealth. Remember, that's what you said, Alfredo. And I didn't even know
Yeah.
that you know about that. You heard about that from the old people, from your father,
Mm-hmm.
and
Correct.
we have a lot of experience in a way. Even all of our group member that their father was general who worked for my BIP, they're also saying the same thing. So it so happened that it's not only me or other people heard about it, a lot of people, but of course, in so many ways, they have a lot of things that you can hear from there, from here.
Mm,
And again, it's so confusing. And of course, for the record, all of these things that we were talking about, even from the part one, they all try to say that it's delusional, it's not real, it is that, there's really no gold or wealth. But now it's already coming out, all the secret or the revelation, all the truth that people has to really know and understand and listen, because this is the truth not only in our country but globally, including Europe and US, right, Alfred? I mean, it's already showing everything now. I mean, it's not only us who's talking about it, and we can feel, Alfredo, remember that what they're talking about out there, they're kind of like senses that, hey, we said about that, but they're actually saying that to the other, group. You know what I mean, Dr. Kia? It's like we
yes.
started all of this thing. It has to be biblical, it's spiritual work, not only physical and material. Go right ahead, Alfredo. I'm so sorry
Yeah.
because I just have to
Yes,
kind of
correct,
fill in
Dr.
that. Yeah.
Kia. Because the war itself that we are experiencing in our current time was the spiritual and
Mm,
geopolitical war. So
Mm-hmm.
everything is just like, you know, the scenario is very chaotic.
mm,
That is why
Mm-hmm.
many people doesn't understand what's going on around globally.
mm,
But to cut the story short, when I was writing the book, I don't have any idea why is it the title of the book pertains to that story itself from the present till the future time. That's why I was also amazed when President Trump keep on saying this is gonna be biblical. And
yes.
indeed, Trump is right because
Mm,
everything that I have written there and to what is happening right now, we always triangulate things out. So when we say triangulate, we triangulate events from our current time into the biblical time and in the aspect of spirituality
Yeah.
because it is all connected.
Mm.
You just have to find the persons who they are, what they represent, because everything is just keep on repeating. So do you believe in the saying that history repeat itself, right?
It does. Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that is biblical also,
Mm-hmm.
right? That
Yes.
is written like in Ecclesiastes 1:9. It is written there.
New under the sun.
What
Nothing.
has been will be again. What
Yes.
has been done will be done again. There's nothing new under the sun. So in short, history repeat itself. That is why we already find things out in finding the truth, in seeking the truth. We dive deeper into our history because the history of mankind was stolen from us.
Mm.
That is why we are in a complete mess. And this is what it is all about. The reverse key program will restore everything for us
Mm.
in order for us to rewrite our history, make it perfect the way that our creator want us to be. And in
Exactly.
that way, we
Before
will achieve our 1,000 years of peace, prosperity, and abundance or so.
1,000 years, just like the Bible says, you're saying that
Yeah,
we're going to
correct.
actually realize that and experience it in our time,
Yes, in
right?
our time.
Our
You know
lifetime.
why? You
Wow.
know, Dr. Kia, the answer there is because if everyone is had been waiting this because for a long time already, and everybody is waiting for the RB, for the
Mm.
redemption, and so on and so forth. They have been waiting this for a very long time. And why is it? The question is always, oh, why is it didn't happen? Because the equivalent year of redemption in the timeline, old timeline in the Hebrew timeline is right now, the
Mm.
year 2024. This is the year of redemption.
Wow.
Yes. The
That's why
50
it
years
did not
jubilee.
happen in the back
Yes.
years we have, the way we expect it. That it's why somebody is still asking, oh, why? What is the date? When it will gonna happen? No, we do not know the exact timing. We
Mm.
can only
And
speculate the date, but we will never know it because it is still up to our creator if
and
he
also,
knows the
yeah,
right timing,
and
what's gonna
also
be best for us.
Alfredo. And also, in addition to that, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that all of this redemption will only going to happen on my 50 years jubilee. Remember, 50 years jubilee. We have three different jubilee: 1923, 1973, and supposed to be 2023. But why is it not last year?
Yeah.
Because when you look at the Gregorian date, it's supposed to be 2023 last year, but in Julian, that Alfredo was trying to explain to all of us, that it was actually hijacked and changed from the Pope, from the Roman Catholic, that the Julian calendar, basically this year, 2024, is the 50 years Jubilee. Actually, it's already platinum now. Jubilee year, 50 years. In other words, that
Okay.
when this Jubilee happened, this will be the time for redemption. And also, it also connect to my age, because not everybody know that. Okay, let's say that I was born 1954. It makes me 70, but I just really hate to be 70, because I cannot accept to be a senior, but hopefully I can still pass for 40 years old, by the way, I guess.
You
So,
look
I mean,
gorgeous.
I
Yes.
guess because of my genes. I mean, I hate to say this, but I guess God is good, because I always thank my genes, the way they created me, because on the age of 70, I mean, no one will actually say, but again, being 70 years old, born 1954, is make a big difference, Alfredo, right, on what's really happening today,
Okay.
because of
Yes.
the code
N-
777. And
Gorgeous.
Never
remember,
mind the
and
numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But no,
Gorgeous.
I just want to make it clear because a lot of people are asking, how does she know so much? She's
Yeah.
not going to be the right one because she looks so young on the photo. Of course, because
No.
the way it creates on my genes, I sent you
Beautiful.
the photos, Dr.
You
Kia, when
sent
I
me
was
the photo.
65 and 70, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you did. I'm like, what? No way. You have no wrinkles. Your skin is beautiful.
yeah, and I never had the operation and whatnot. I don't believe in. I believe on natural and taking care of our health and ourselves. Depending on what you eat and your emotion, your heart from within. Because the aura can show younger if you have a very good intention to others. And in other words, it's all about personal thing. I mean, we have to take care of our health. But again, it's not all about the outside look. But I was saying, people are questioning. She cannot be because she's young. I mean, it doesn't matter whether how old you are. It's the matter of how they design and create you as a person. Because of course we took care of ourselves, of course, always, because that's very important, especially female. But again, who doesn't want to be young? That's why my favorite number, Alfredo, remember, I didn't even know my code as butterfly. I said to myself, can I be 33 years old forevermore? And I said, that's possible. And I didn't even know that was the date of birth of our Messiah, Lord Jesus, when he actually crucified and died for all of our sins, right? And 33 was the code for butterfly. And Alfredo told me about it. I said, what?
It
I
is.
was like shocked. And that's my favorite number, guys, 33 years old, 33. So anyway,
Speaking of threes, one second. I just want to recap, please, Princess. What I
yeah,
heard you say is that this is the 50th year Jubilee. Alfredo was saying this is biblical. You said there were three Jubilees. There was one in 1923, one in
yes,
1973, and the last one was supposed to be in 2023. And people were wondering, well, why didn't it happen? Well, that was according to the Gregorian calendar. But what I hear you saying is according to
the
the
Julian.
Julian calendar, that will actually be this year. And
Yeah, but yes, correct. And then
it
of
correlates
course,
with the biblical 50th year jubilee. And one second. So with the 50th year jubilee, uh,
okay,
yeah,
2024, yeah, will end on February. That's the last month of the year of 2024, because a lot of people does not understand. They think that it's only 12 months, but it's actually 13 months. And of course, Alfredo can explain that later. But let
yeah,
me tell you that 2024 is still considering till the month of February next year. So it means, guys, when we're starting preparation for July, I mean August, and then now September, because August was actually the preparation. I mean, Alfredo can explain that, and of course the revelation, and then now the inauguration. So
mhm,
from September, October, November, December, January, February will be the end of the 2024, which is the 50 years jubilee. But again, guys, don't be confused. When we say that long, it doesn't mean that, oh, you mean we're going to receive the blessing by February next year? So don't think of that.
mhm,
Think positive. We're giving you slack, like time to kind of slack, meaning to say in between. Because sometimes, guys, it's hard to say the exact date or time, because remember again, um, our creator is the only one who know, and the people to the top who's actually doing all of this, the platform,
mhm.
including my VIP, they know exactly the date, but we just have to wait for the right time. But the way we structure that from September, October, I know we're going to have a lot of explosive news or something to come out for the month of September, and then follow October. Then it's never ending. All
Okay.
that month we're going to have a lot of positive side point, positive information, great for humanity, of course. And then till February, but it can all happen by November. So we're all happy, right? So we have the best Christmas. And of course, under Gregorian thing, that they always celebrate Christmas basically December. And
Mhm.
they said that that was the date of birth of our Messiah. And again, I just find out again through the research of Alfredo between Gregorian and Julian calendar that the real birthday of our Messiah is 9/11. Oh my God. And
September
that and
11th.
that's the date of birth of my VIP, 9/11. And
Well,
remember the
9/11,
explosion.
that's in a few days, Princess.
And okay, yeah, and isn't it possible? Okay, this is my theory, Alfredo. Isn't it possible that the dark side, when we say dark side, deep state, or those dark, like with the evil kind of thing against God, against Lord Jesus, isn't it possible that they created that 9/11 to make sure it is a bad thing that's happened to the whole global? You know what happened to the Twin Tower? It's supposed to be the date of birth of our Lord Jesus. Can you imagine? So now I was thinking that we should have a great explosive news or something that's gonna make us all better feeling and joy when that time comes. Because
Absolutely.
we remember as a reverse key, unlocking the reverse key program. Who
Yeah,
knows? I mean, I'm not saying a guarantee, but what if? What if? Just think about the light side about it. The good things about on the side. That what if we're gonna have a great news coming on that day? Because what the memory of everyone globally is that, oh, the 9/11 is the worst nightmare because around 3,000 people died on the Twin Towers, da 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 da, and so on and so forth. So to me, it's like devastating news, right, Dr. Kia? But then, what
devastating.
if this 2024 we will have the great news about that for this 2024 jubilee year, in other words, right? So it will be great, to hear something in reverse,
And as
like
a matter of
the
fact,
opposite, the other way around, better or good or great, news that we can all celebrating ourselves, hearing and enjoying. By the way, but again, let's go back to Alfredo. I'm so sorry to interrupt,
well,
but I,
you know,
I can't help to, to say how I want to say. I mean,
yes. So, Princess, and you know that 9/11, 2001 is when Nasara was supposed to be announced,
Yeah,
mm,
right?
correct.
Alfredo? Okay, Alfredo, I
go
yield.
ahead. That
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
know.
correct, basically. Yeah, it's because it all ties up to the document that the princess holds. You see that already. You have the copy, right,
You mean the
Dr. Kia?
Secret Book of Redemption, Doctor
You have
Kia?
the
He's
copy.
asking you a
Okay.
question.
Oh, yes, yes, we have the
Everything,
Book of Redemption.
yeah, everything ties up to that document because that document speaks for itself.
Mm,
Who set up the global debt facility?
mm,
That is why they have to make that very uh, sacrifice. We call it sacrifice in order to preempt what is bound to happen.
mm,
So those
Mm-hmm.
things are sacrificial, self-inflicted damages in order to preempt what's gonna happen because it is not yet time. So we have to go through all those things, bad things, good things in the past, because it is not yet time.
mm,
And right now, we already see things going into that direction because we are in the right time, in our current time, in the right place, that everything will be restored back into place.
yes, everything.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
of course,
everything. That
and
is why we call this is a redemption, okay? Redemption by faith and redemption by economic slavery.
Mm.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Why? You could see that in the reverse key program. The
You
reverse key
And,
program speaks for itself also.
yeah, I
and
was going.
also, Alfredo, I have a thing, that I would like to share. If Dr. Kia, if you've seen that copper plate that I sent to you, that Secret Book of Redemption, the two
Yes,
pages, it
yes.
says there copper plate 1969, meaning 69. 1969, that they actually created that and made that document.
Yes.
Alfredo, right? And how old I am, how old is Mariposa, me? I was only 15 years old on 1969
Mm,
and 72 days. So it's not, in other words, I am not a legal age yet that they can endorse me and authorize me or give me that power to be able to handle that when the time is come that I can be able to handle the job that it was given to me being subsea. So when they waited, and now I realized, Alfredo, Dr. Kia, that why is it that they declare martial law in our country? And that is the real reason. And a lot of people does not understand, but whether they take it or not believing on that is up to them. It doesn't really matter because Their opinion is their opinion. What I'm saying is the truth. The reason why they declare martial law is to protect the wealth of the nation globally, not only in the Philippines, global. Because the document that we just remember, we read line by line last night. So at least we can explain to you, Dr. Kia, the
Yes,
meaning of all of those code and everything is so much information. And
we
I
did.
don't know if you handle the truth, right? That I was 18 years old and 72 days. So it means that legally, right, Fredo, that I am legit or legal in age, that I can be able to be endorsed by that role that I have to do later, correct?
Mm.
Yeah,
So it
correct.
was signed when it was signed by my VIP. I was 18 years old and 72 days. So it means 72 days. It means it's legal. In other words, they waited for that long, but they do the document already on 69 because it's right there on the copper plate. 69. I said, wait, how old I am in that? I'm 50 years old and
And that
something.
was September 22nd.
Right after martial law, when they signed
Yeah.
that with the BIP, all of that, and martial law was September 21st. So they signed that document, that secret book of redemption, along with the letter of instruction, the next day right after. So it means that these all already planned, that they have to protect the wealth of the nation, so they will not going to hijack by well, I think Alfredo will going to explain that because I never
And
like to say those
Princess,
words. Yes.
do you get that things are already now connecting the dots? You see,
Absolutely, yeah, I was shocked
the
too. Yes,
document, the SKR, the date is September 7th of 1983,
right.
right?
Oh, yes. Uh huh.
And then the document was signed September 22nd of 1972.
Mm.
Right. Uh huh.
You get? And then the
Yes. Uh huh.
birthday of BIP is also September 11th. So everything
Yes.
happened in the month of September. And what
Right.
does the month of September speaks when you do your research regarding the spirituality
Mm.
for all of us? Number
And
7
It's the
is the
seventh month.
number which represents the crown and the scepter. And it
oh,
is also the key and it represents the key or the weapon that will unlock the wealth for humanity.
correct.
So
Yes.
the
Number
purpose of that,
number
because
seven.
you are the bearer of the key, it goes that you will unlock the reverse key program.
Key program
Because it
being the
is the reverse
mariposa.
key program that was hijacked. They hijacked the reverse key program, created another program identical to the reverse key program, but it is the reverse, the other way around. That
Mm-hmm.
is why we are in a complete mess.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Before,
And
before
we will go to that matter later on
yes, that
as
was
we
my
go along.
so
it's,
hold on
it's
on the
you
reverse
know
key
what?
program
Even
for 1 minute.
Dr. Kia, even me, I was getting excited because I didn't even realize when I received my last will testament from the beginning, being the sole executor. Okay, let's go back to that because people were gonna ask. Can I
Yeah,
just started it, and then of course Alfredo can fill in. Before you even ask, I will be the one to start it already.
you're
A
gonna let
lot
us
of people,
know what
yeah,
you
a
want to let
lot,
us know why
yeah.
how you can say you are the sole executor, right?
Correct. Okay,
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you. You're welcome.
Now, the way it's supposed to be explained is that when I find out about all of about me being my real identity was 2006, and then I received, of course, for the first time in my life, I was actually very emotional because oh my God, for how old I am in 2006. The very first time I've seen my birth certificate, it's like. Oh my God! This is my life. This is my true me. Won't you be feeling emotional when you see that for the very first time in your life? That how come I don't have a birth certificate all my life, even when I was in grade one, elementary, high school, college, and even I get to the US.
Yes.
And then I saw that when you have a parent, you want to make sure that am I illegitimate or legitimate child? Of course, I'm legitimate because I saw that they get married on that 7 days process. You remember when you get married, you have to have the 7 day process on the parents, right, Fredo? So it means that your marriage is legit, meaning you go to the process and then you get married on that day. So I've seen that. And of course, Of course, those two documents that it was all authenticated from the office of our office of the president during that time in 2006 by the Department of Foreign Affairs. It's all authenticated by the office, not by any office only like lawyer office or somewhere out of the blue, you know. And of
Mhm.
course, I received the last will testament as well. And when you look at my last will testament, those are, by the way, carried by a different people, like general and then another person, and it's not only all in one person, by the way. So
Mhm.
the last will testament actually indicated, and when you see the typing, you know, it's so funny because I was looking at it. It's an old, like a very firm flowers. When you put the rose in your book for 50 years and then you take it off, it's
Mhm.
so weird. You know, the texture of the paper is different. So when you look at that, they have all misspelled the letters.
Princess,
Yes.
before you continue, maybe Dr. Kia could flash it on the screen, a portion of it.
Yeah.
What the last will and testament?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember, I send
as
you all
Princess
the.
goes along, you could flash
Okay.
things on the
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you know the reason why I guys cut that off because I don't want to show the whole page because people can screenshot that and then boom, then we don't want to do that. It's top secret, but at least
Sit
we are
right
trying to
here.
share.
This is
We're
it.
trying, yeah, we're trying to share with you guys. Yeah,
Okay,
you
let me
start
read it.
from the first one.
Let me read it. Is this the first one or the other half you sent
No,
me?
the first one, the first one. This is the second one
This is the
because a
second.
lot of people ask me because I know one of the person who was actually negative about me say that I was saying that I was a boy but I was a girl, you know, because it says on my last will testament from the beginning that being my father is
Yeah.
giving me the authority to be the sole executor of all this wealth and such, you know. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
And you can read that is I, you know, the executor, you know, I, you know,
Under.
my name is that Elizabeth Rodriguez, being my executor. And of course, the first paragraph said that everything that my father and my mother given an authority to anyone, including banks, authority, president, managing, and whatever. When I come out, it's all going to be invalid, null, and void. The position that they had. It's right there on my last will.
Can I
I did
read
not
it?
write that.
Can I read it?
I don't know, Alfredo, can they read it? And then the second one, it says that my name is right there.
May I read it? Or just a portion of it?
You can read
Yeah,
it, Dr. Kia, a portion of it.
Okay, it
but
says,
don't read the one who gave me
Don't
because I
mention
don't
the name.
don't mention the name of my thing because that's very red flag and I don't want that to be
the
explored.
name you were telling
But
me
at
about.
least but at least they have some kind of proof there. Then
Okay.
you can see the paper is so old and whatnot.
It's the
And
last
they
will
have
and testament of, can I say the name of who it is or
no
no?
no 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 don't.
Okay. Okay. And what about the mother?
No, no, no. Only my name that you have to say that it was meant to me. But
Okay.
don't say about to gay because the stuff's, you know,
Okay.
that.
I, executor, appoint Elizabeth Rodriguez, and then a name, executors. This, my last will and testament, my executors shall be authorized to carry all provisions of this will and testament and pay my, I can't see the other word, my debts, obligations, and funeral expenses.
Mhm. But
Yep.
read the first paragraph. You know,
The
the
first
power
part,
of that, that it will going to invalid the rest of the authority that it was given to other people when
wait a
I
minute,
come out and have my last will. The first paragraph.
the other
You,
one,
you
the
yeah,
first
yeah.
part,
No, no, no. This one is okay. You read the second paragraph, the beginning. They
I,
starting. I don't
I,
say the name.
don't say the name,
Don't say. Okay.
a resident of the Republic of the Philippines,
So
being
that's
of
my father.
sound, okay, yeah, this is the father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Being of sound and disposing mind and memory, and over the age of 21 years, and not being actuated by any duress, menace, fraud, mistaken, or undue influence, do make, publish, and declare this to be my last will and testament, hereby expressly revoking all wills, will and testaments, and can't see that word, codicil previously made by me.
Correct. So what does that means, Dr. Kia, that any kind of authority or position or power that my fathers and my mother given to others, when I come out, this last will testament, me as, you know, as Elizabeth, we're going to all null and void the authority that it was given to those.
Hold
So
on, wait a
that
minute.
includes,
What?
In other
Excuse me.
words,
Somebody asked, why doesn't she just read what part is okay? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to read one part that's okay because there's a part in there that some things you have to keep sacred.
yeah, yeah, and I want everybody to understand we cannot show the whole page because it's gonna make it like people can just screenshot and what, you know. But at least we show some part of the document, and then you read the you know the you read the name there. It says under my name, and then
Mhm.
also go to the next one. It says my relation to them, because a lot of people are asking. Because remember we said about the white spiritual wonder boy, why a boy and a girl? Okay, go back to that.
This women,
Uh,
this one.
Yes, right. That's the
Princess,
one.
just a moment, Princess, before you continue.
Yeah.
That last will of Testament
Hmm.
speaks how you became the M1 or the monetary one. You
Mm.
understand now?
Yes.
Remember, I do not know about your last will
Mm-hmm.
when I told you that you are the M1.
I didn't even know that. Yeah.
Yes. And you even do not know about that.
Nope.
I was the one who discovered that because the story of that is also very, very long. How
Mm.
it came about you. How did I find you? Okay?
Mm.
That's
Wow.
why. That's how it
Oh.
is.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the
Okay, go
relation
on.
now. Dr. Kia.
Yes, ma'am. This one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The
There
same,
we
that I was the son instead of daughter. Right. Right there. You can see Dr. Sia that read it. That,
go. Okay.
that the relation of both my parents to Elizabeth is son. And you don't understand, guys, that the son is supposed to be a code. That's why when somebody, tried to kind of discredit me that I was claiming about this and why I was son is supposed to be a daughter, because it's right there. It says on my last will that the relation of my parents to Elizabeth Rodriguez is son. Everybody knows I'm a daughter. I'm a woman. I'm a female, right? Because it's a code.
It's a
That's
code.
actually Paul to the white spiritual wonder boy. So I have two personality, not in a way of being gay or what. No, no, no. I'm a real female, but in the other side of me is another sort of like code. White spiritual wonder boy code is the one who will trigger the World Bank account, the attached exhibit A. It's right there on my last will from A to Z country, the 943 account, which basically fall into one mother account already now. They're
So
already taking care of that on 2004 because it will going to mature in 2005, so they had to redo that and make it to one account, mother account in World Bank. So now, who's going to trigger that World Bank? Yours truly, because I have the royal blood and I have the morning star, who can only have the authority to trigger and claim, and in other words, release that 943 account. But now it's only in one mother account right now. The morning star ring is very important, and then my royal blood. And not everybody understand, well, it's supposed to be white spiritual wonder boy. Yes, that's the code. And again, Dr. Kia, remember, Alfredo, I told you guys that I don't need any document for me to go inside or when they call me or bring me. It's supposed to be with my blood, royal blood, and I am the document from head to toe. That's it. I don't need to present anything or what, because remember, the people who's going to check you in the bank and whatever, they know who you are. They know who they're looking for. That's why nobody can duplicate anything, because remember, up to now, no one can even touch that,
mm,
because the 50 years jubilee is not coming yet, the real redemption time. Okay, so now you can see there. And by the way, go to the next page. This is the
can I
only
read this?
last will.
Can I read this?
Yeah, this is the only last will.
It says bequest. I will give and bequest unto the person named below, if one or more of their survivors, is it me? The property described below. The name is Elizabeth Rodriguez, and it says that you're in the Philippines, and it says relationship is son. And so
Yes.
what you're saying is they put son, although you're a woman, because son,
Yeah, it's a doubter. I'm a doubter, supposed to be. Yeah.
but
It,
son is a code
it's a
for.
code, yes.
Do
That's
you
why
mind?
I
Can you put
hope.
the code
That's
in?
why I hope. I hope that that person that I was trying to spell it out, that because he was discrediting me that why is it that I was a son and I'm supposed to be a girl, and
Mm.
that's explained. It's right on my last will. It's a code, period,
Code
right?
for what? Can you tell us what the code is, or is that sacred? Is that secret?
Yeah, it's the SON, the sun. It's the code. In order for you to go in the bank, they will gonna, we have to bring sun. You have to bring the SON. It's up to you to figure that out. So when
Okay.
they bring the SON, it's gonna be a woman. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, the bank knows that. And you have another one about the last will. What
One minute.
else do you have there?
Ask me, did I check into prove what they're saying? Now, I read a disclaimer in the beginning, and I said this is information is true according to our
Absolutely.
research and
Mm-hmm.
what we know, and that it is up to you to use your own discernment to
Mm-hmm.
discover whether or not this is true or you for you or not. So,
By the way, Dr. Kia, all my document was actually authenticated by the Office of the President of the Philippines on 2006. So this is not never man-made or creating or posted or duplicate. No way. It's real. It's the only one. By the way, it's the only last will ever that my parents made it for me, specifically for me to be the sole executor of all. And it says AU metal. Remember, Alfredo? When you say, you asked me
Princess,
that question. Yes, go
one
ahead.
moment.
Yes.
One moment for the record, okay? For the record, just take note of this. It was during the time of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte as the president in his term. He said this on one of the newspaper tabloid. He speak it in Tagalog.
Tagalog.
It goes like this: if you want to get rid of poverty and corruption, look for the real Marcos. So he was referring to somebody else, which is not physically there present. That is why Duterte knows something that we do not know. Who
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
he
arrived on the
was
18th.
referring to. Okay? That
You know.
statement is yet to be proven who
Yeah.
Duterte is referring to. And you will know that when the right time comes.
And what about Alfredo? What about when they used my account on March 25th, 2022? It was the term of President Duterte during that time, and Diokno as the governor, that they used that interest to be able to bail our country so they can have gold back up to the 1,000 bill that they made on 2022. Remember, with the eagle, and I
Not,
just
not,
find
not,
that
on,
out.
not only that, Princess, not only that. It's only half of the story. But the real thing there is is to bail out the country out of hyperinflation, because
Yes,
the inflation is already uncontrollable. So that is why they need something to cushion it up. That's why
to help
instead of
it.
waiting for 2023 for the instrument to mature, they renewed it earlier, because it
2022.
is stated also that the government could use the instrument, get the interest out of it, and use it whenever there is an emergency
Yeah, because we're gonna
needed.
have a civil
Okay?
war because we don't have no
So to
backup in the
avoid
money.
to
Yeah,
avoid chaos, they renewed it early 1 year earlier.
correct. Yes,
So that's why the money was used to cushion up the inflation, and they
yes,
cannot move the physical asset without the principal. They can only use the interest, because that is stated already
yes.
in the
yeah.
instruction. So it has to wait, and it is also on your last will that anytime you, as the principal, could get the instrument moving, there's no question.
Mm-hmm.
You can move the instrument any way you want by the right time comes.
When the time is come.
Yeah,
Yes.
correct. And that can wait because everything is already in place.
Yeah, right now. That's why
So
I
to
was
speak,
telling
it,
everyone.
it, it won't take that long. But again, we can never tell the exact timing because
Yeah,
it
we
is
can
not for us to decide.
to decide when and
Because again, this is something that we have to consider. It is something that spiritual war. So that
Mm,
is
Yeah.
why the divine intervention comes in.
mm.
So it is only our Creator knows what is the perfect timing for us. But eventually, we know we are very, very close. That
Mm.
is
And
why
oh,
when Trump said something's going to happen on
Mm.
September the 6th, perhaps Trump knows something.
Can you tell us, because I asked you that question a little bit offline, what was so special about September the 6th? And you were telling me September the 6th here is actually September the 7th there. And
Yeah, correct.
okay, okay.
yeah, we're
So
So,
advanced. Yeah.
basically, if you would correlate that, September 7th, again, I mentioned it earlier, September 7th of 1983 is the date of the SPR of Princess.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
that
SKR.
SPR, okay,
The huge
safekeeping
one.
receipt,
Yes.
has all those wealth, the gold backup.
They
What
have
do you,
about 100
It is the backup.
you saying SKR? Is that what you're
safe
saying?
Yeah,
safekeeping receipt,
safekeeping receipt.
Oh, okay, okay.
and they have
So
about
there are
114.
things like SDR, safety deposit receipt.
Mm,
Okay,
And they have
so there is
114
SDR.
pallets. Yeah. They have
mm.
100
So the SDR
114
itself is
pallets.
very huge already. That
Mm.
is why when we speak of the SKR, why is it so big in the under the name of Princess? Because it is tied up to the heritage account number 2, which comprises the King Solomon Trust, the Rodriguez Trust, and the other one, which I don't want to mention because it will again red flag or whatsoever. And we don't
Okay.
For
want that to
those
happen.
yeah, for those duplicate
Okay?
claimant or false claimant that they're claiming, yes. But it's right on
Because
the paper
the
and
heritage
document.
account number 2 is 3 in 1.
Mm.
Yeah, it's too huge.
So
It's
there are still
infinite.
other accounts, which is heritage account number 1 and heritage account number 3. That is why nobody should worry about if everything is going to be put in place
Mm.
because respectively, those heritage 1 and 3 has its own purpose. But the
So,
heritage account number 2 being the main heritage that will fund all those things globally. That is
mm.
why we have this redemption thing. We will be that is redeeming all those bonds and currencies and the like. That is why everyone else is waiting for this, the redemption thing, the RV.
So let me see if I
Yes.
understand, Alfredo. Thank you. There are three accounts. One of them, of which I won't know, I won't say. So the heritage accounts are three accounts. There is one
Yes,
is Saint Germain Trust for somebody that asked. Another one will
yeah,
remain named, and then the third one. What was the third one?
Indigenous.
And
that's the
Indigenous.
indigenous people's trust.
okay, what does that mean? Indigenous Peoples Trust. But who like the
Some
indigenous?
sort of like for if you would trace back the indigenous people's trust, that is those persons living before the colonization period. So they are our aborigines, native tribes, etc., and so on.
Okay.
Those are indigenous peoples.
Yes. So
So
there's a
there is a separate trust for them because we don't want to mess up, okay,
awesome.
to mess up the system that is
Okay.
being separated for them.
Mm,
That is why all those things had been put back into place.
okay.
And all likewise, President Trump again has the bigger role in that process.
Mm,
Correct. Yes. Absolutely. Yep.
yes. Can you
Yes,
explain that a little
that's
bit?
why
Okay, go ahead.
Trump always keeps saying this is gonna be biblical
Mm,
because he knows that.
So now the next question. So we're done with the sole executor from the last will testament from attached exhibit A from A to Z. So we already explained that the whole 943 account in World Bank that's actually transferred to the mother account, and being the sole executor that I will execute all the account holders keepers. In other words, to facilitate them and then liquidate later. That's
mm,
why when people ask, how you're going to turn the green light. So when the time is come, first of all, they're going to have inauguration and then facilitation of, when you say inauguration, they will be able to have the celebration to announce. And let's all wait for that. Let's all wait. And the second is to facilitate that person who's going to have that inauguration and celebration will going to facilitate all the account holders, including the safekeepers, etc. Not to mention all the people who's holding the asset, boxes, currency, bonds, certificate, you name it, and so forth. And after that, it will going to liquidate all those assets. Because remember, on redemption time, you will not going to get paid or receive cash liquid without liquidating by the sole executor, being the redeemer for all of this asset that we were talking about. And everything that we were saying is all on based on the document, by the way, guys. It's on document. Like what our disclaimer, we cannot talk about something that is not backed up by any kind of proof and whatnot, spiritual, material, and physical. So being the are we Alfredo, Dr. Suya, are we on Secret Book of Redemption now? Because I
Yes.
guess I was doing so fast. Okay.
So, this-
Oh, okay. I guess I can say something, and then Alfredo can fill in the rest.
well, no,
On
no, no,
the
no, no. I think we wanted you guys. We can talk about the Secret Book of Redemption, but we haven't. We've mentioned the reverse key program, but we haven't talked about what that exactly means.
Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe Alfredo can explain that.
Okay, Dr. Kia,
Yes.
just
I can just add.
remember this reverse key program is the one that was hijacked. Okay, just
Okay.
take note of that.
Okay.
And you could see that also at the back of the $1. It's
Hmm.
there, written there. The Novus Ordo Septi. In English, New World Order.
Yes.
So that is a similar, identical thing of the reverse key program. The reverse key program is should be for the betterment. The reverse key is good on the light side. The
Okay.
Novus Ordo is from the dark side. That is why we were enslaved because they created something identical to the reverse key program and enslaved humanity
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
for their own advantage.
Hmm.
That is why Donald Trump dismantled everything, including Ukraine, which
Hmm.
is the biblical Khazaria, the bloodline of the Khazarian Jew, where all this royalty bloodline we know today are being exposed.
Hmm.
Okay? The
Yeah.
Rothschild, the Windsor, and so on. They all came from that bloodline in Khazaria. Khazaria is the modern day Ukraine.
Hmm.
That is why everything we are saying here is not only based on a story or whatsoever. We tie it up. We correlate it in the biblical timeline. Likewise. And you can prove that.
Hmm.
What happened? Why is it that Trump always says, save Israel for last? Because
Yes.
the Israel is also coming from that bloodline in
Mm-hmm.
Khazaria.
Hmm.
And to prove that, just read. You can Google it. What happened during the UN convention in 1948? Because there is no Israel in the map before. It's not there. It was only
Really?
created. It was only
Oh.
created right after that event.
Yeah.
They are not the
Mm.
real Israelites. They are Khazarian Jews. It states there. It's very clear. UN Convention 1948.
From the Balfour Agreement, is that what it is?
No,
Oh.
1948 UN Convention. Our
Okay.
president during that time is Manuel Rojas. And the
Okay.
delegate on the UN Convention is Carlos P.
Ro-
Romulo.
Carlos P. Romulo.
Hmm.
He was fighting it not to give the land. to the wrong hands. But Washington, D.C. pressured Manuel Rojas to replace the delegate. And so the plebiscite won. And Israel was awarded to the wrong people. Why?
Mm.
Because the DS wants to put boundaries so that they could govern the entire planet.
Mm, mm.
That is why
And
it is also all tied up right now in our current timeline. What do these BRICS nations are doing? Why is it that Russia and China is protecting so much the Asian continent not to be infiltrated by this DS?
So we were taught that agreement to give the Rothschilds and these other bloodline families the part in that area of Palestine. We were taught that it occurred, of course, like you said, in 1948, and even earlier in 1917. And when it happened in 1917, that was called the Balfour Agreement. That's why I mentioned Balfour Agreement. But it sounds like this might be a different agreement.
Yeah, it's different. 1948 UN Convention.
Okay, okay,
It's
UN convention.
1948
Okay, thank you, thank
because
you. I
and
never
also
heard
I,
that one. Thank you. I
I
appreciate it.
already did the background check before doing things, saying
I know.
this and that.
Yes,
Because
sir.
before I wrote things up in the book, I have to do the veracity as to regards to the information. That's why it is all correlated, triangulated, even in the biblical timeline. Because we have to make sure what's gonna happen to us in our current timeline and in the near future.
Yes.
This is the whole story here. That's
Mm,
why when I find out that, oh, this is not a physical war that we are expecting to, just like what other people says. They are expecting as war that's something like bloody thing, that we
mm,
will have this nuclear war and so on and so forth. No, it's
yes.
not working that way. Remember, we already had passed through the war, the global geopolitical war and spiritual war during the COVID pandemic.
Right.
And that's it.
Right.
And again, that is also tying up to something that what Brian was telling us a few days ago in our live show over Peter in the Nesara Jesara
yeah,
show.
the first, yeah.
It ties up there with everything that he was telling us regarding the starseeds, the Pleiadians, the Arcturians.
Mm,
Because when Brian asked, who do you think among those three is the one that is very important here on what's gonna happen? I immediately answered him. It is Arcturus, the Arcturians, because I know that. Why? I based my research and findings on the premise of the true north, not the magnetic north.
okay.
Because everything in our biblical timeline is based on the true north, not on the magnetic north.
Mm,
You cannot
Mm.
correlate things when you base your findings on the magnetic north.
mm,
And how do you know
You
that?
have
How
to
did you
base
get
things
and
that
research? How did
it's
you research
because
that and find?
basically being a navigator, we know that we have a magnetic north and true north. And to
Mm.
prove that there is a true north, again, I have to stress my point. Why is it we have true north? In the book of Enoch, Enoch said,
mm.
your north will always be on your left. Okay,
Okay.
take note of that, Dr. Kiga. If you
Okay.
look at your map, if you look at your map, the sea between China and the Philippines is called South China Sea, right?
Okay.
Why do the
Yes.
Chinese call it South China Sea?
Mm,
Because China, during the Song Dynasty, is the trading partner of the Philippines. And
mm,
how did they reach our land? They used a compass called south pointing fish. In short, we are south of China. And what is opposite of south? That is north. There you go. You got your true north,
mm.
Mm.
which is on your left,
Wow.
just like what Enoch says. You get it?
Yeah, but I thought the north is supposed to be on my right side. Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah,
That is
it's
why everything is
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, wait. When
It
I
is
was in the
very,
US,
very clear.
wait,
That's
wait,
why
wait, wait.
everything was hidden from us. They
Yeah,
altered everything, mess
yeah,
it
I've
up,
read.
including the 13-month calendar,
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
because they
Well,
don't want us to discover the truth. What's true? What's in for us? That's basic, because this war is not only a war that is geopolitical or material thing. This is
mm,
not. This is spiritual war. And
mm,
remember, during the
Mm-hmm.
COVID time, that is spiritual war. Fear
spirit.
Mm-hmm.
mongering. And
Yes.
to be exact, what is fear mongering? Fear is the greatest weapon of evil.
Mm,
And the war is between the dark and the light.
And the light. Yep. Mm-hmm.
yes.
And if you would trace back that war, biblically, it's the war between the serpent seeds and the woman seed, the seed of the woman.
Mm. The war between
And
the serpent seed and the woman seed, does that mean a war between Satan and humanity?
yes,
Wow.
definitely, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Wow. So
It's
you grow up in church, you hear about Satan, you hear about evil spirits and wickedness and darkness and so I'm
Oh,
hearing you say that this is all this is
speaking
real.
speaking of wickedness,
Yes.
okay, here's another for you to quote.
Okay.
Pharmacy came from the root word pharmakeia in Greek. Okay,
Okay.
pharmakeia is being described, and the meaning of that is dark sorcery. There you go.
Oh.
Who is
I don't
capable
even
of doing dark sorcery?
the
You know
evil,
the
right?
answer now.
Mhm. My
You know
God.
the answer now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is why this is not just about the material thing.
Mm.
This is
Mm-hmm.
about the spiritual thing
Yeah, we
for
have to
us
wake
to
up
be
and
renewed.
yeah, we have to
That's why we
renew.
have this redemption. We
Mm.
were already redeemed by the Messiah. Lord Jesus Christ redeemed us for our sins. That was the first redemption. This is the second redemption we are talking about.
And
Well, can we
And
transition?
this second redemption, the Messiah is present in our current timeline through its bloodline.
mm,
Spiritually, he is present in that bloodline. And that bloodline is referred to as the bloodline of the Holy Grail. So you get now the point
who is
why
that?
I look for that bloodline of the Holy Grail.
Mm.
And that bloodline is tied up again to the bloodline, the royalty bloodline of Princess Elizabeth from King David, being the holder of those
King Solomon
ring,
ring?
the
The King
King
Solomon
Solomon
ring?
ring, which is the shield, the Star of David. And the inscription on the ring, which is the Joberes Al, means the King of all kings. And there you could see also the all-seeing
The more
eye,
the
the
morning
morning
star is
star.
Here, is this it? Right. Wait a minute.
that's
This
on my ring, yeah. To show the
Yeah,
ring.
that's on the ring.
now.
Because King Solomon is a Hebrew. Okay?
Mhm.
Show everything.
That
And
is why. So
Show
this
I'm wearing it.
redemption,
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead.
so that is why all those people, if they would ask, why is it we saw that in the Freemasons? Because generally, to speak, they hijack the system. They created an identical system for their own advantage. That's why it needs to be reversed.
Mhm.
You remember, I forgot to send you that picture of Donald Trump having a key. He was holding a key, a golden key. And
Mm.
beside Donald Trump, there is another picture which has a three post. Okay, the three post, under the three post, there is a letter inscription SWB, which
Spiritual
is
wonder boy.
basically also the call, because Trump knows that it is
Mm.
the spiritual wonder boy. And
Whoa.
in the middle post, there is a ladder there. There
Yeah.
is on the top of the ladder there is one woman, and then in the middle there's another which holding a string. At the bottom of the string is also a key, and at the
Um,
bottom, at the foot of the ladder, there's also another woman. So the woman on top represent the spiritual.
mm.
The woman on the middle represent the physical, and the woman at the bottom represent the material.
To
From
unlock. Yeah.
spiritual, which will be going to the physical, who will unlock everything for humanity, and you get your answer at the bottom,
Is this
which
the
is
key?
the material thing at the bottom. What is the material thing? That is what humanity is waiting
Mm.
in this redemption thing. The RV, the carrots, the bands that will be redeemed. So that explains why it doesn't happen so fast,
Mm.
because it needs the spiritual thing to command the the physical one to unlock the wealth.
Is this the key here? I'm trying to find.
Yes,
That's it?
the key. Who is holding
It's Trump.
the key?
It's President Trump.
Yes, but the woman in the middle on that picture holds a string that has a key.
Mm.
Trump is just the representation that's gonna declare, just like he is the trumpet that will make the entire planet know about what's gonna happen. And
Mm.
when the divine intervention comes in, commanding the physical being, okay, you can unlock. That's the time everything flows.
Mm. It
You
says,
get the point?
yes, former President Trump. I just want to see if they're going to allude to it at all. If they're going to drop the, any information. Former President Trump designed a special key to give guests of the White House, according to son-in-law Jared Kushner. Trump is pictured at April 16, 2020 event of the White House lawn, where he presented the keys to a group of truckers without specifically stating the purpose.
Yes.
Ah,
Because that is this is somewhat the kind of the purpose is very, you know,
oh,
somewhat like spiritual thing.
okay, okay.
Okay, this is not just the material or the physical thing, but it is more on spiritual. That's why when we say of the inauguration thing, it is more on the spiritual thing,
Wait, I want
because
to say something. Oh,
we has to be ready for this. Okay,
yeah,
princess, you can go
Dr.
ahead.
Kia. Dr. Kia, show the photos.
Okay.
It's showing my pendant and then my ring that I'm holding. I'm wearing it. Remember the face?
Is
Remember
is
I sent to you? You
is
can
that
only
the one
see.
that showed?
No, no, you never show yet. I was wearing the necklace, the pendant, and then the ring. I'm
Okay.
holding. And by
Yeah.
the way, for the record, that ring King Solomon was actually changing color. Sometimes the color is black on the stone, light blue or dark blue, and then the silver itself. Sometimes when I was in the U.S., it was actually kind of bronze gold. Then
Mm.
when I came back to Asia's country, right now it was the silver, like exactly the color that they gave to me from the beginning. So it's actually changed. I don't know why. It's just changing the color by itself without me knowing and notice it. But now it was basically a kind of like a silver color. But sometimes, when I have the photo, it was actually gold, kind of like
This one?
bronze.
Is this the
Yeah,
one?
yeah, that's right. So the color now is actually kind of silver, like that. But remember the other photo that you show is kind of like bronze copper. I mean bronze gold. It changed, and then of course the reason why we show those because people we probably gonna say, oh, you only get that from the internet or what? There you go. I'm wearing it, and I can't let this go because I have to wear this 24/7.
Mm.
Whatever I do, I never let it out of my hand. And when they gave this to me, it was actually so. so slim on my little finger, but now it was exactly perfect on my finger now.
Wow.
I don't know. And it's supposed to be a men's size, but now it fit me perfect now. I don't know. It's so amazing and it's so thing. So are we done on explaining the reverse, the reverse key program now? So we're going to go to the
Yes.
secret book of redemption.
Can you and I think you alluded to this why you have he mentioned this all-seeing eye and some of the other symbols on some of your I don't know if it's your rings or your instruments. Can you briefly explain that what that means, because some people think that that means it's a part of the you are part of the Illuminati or some kind of wicked or evilness. Alfredo alluded
Okay,
to
okay. I'll just answer it, Dr. Kia. That's
okay,
because basically, again, the reverse key program was hijacked. They
okay,
used that for their own advantage.
okay,
Okay, the
right.
reverse key program is so perfect.
Mhm.
It was designed perfectly. They hijack it, use
Okay.
it for their own advantage. That's why they have it identically. But it is the other way around. The
Mhm.
purpose of the reverse key program is for humanity to enjoy peace, prosperity, and abundance. But what they did, it was the other way around.
Yes,
That's why
yes.
the reverse key is here to reclaim its glory for humanity.
Mm.
That's why we will have our redemption thing.
So
Yes.
Understood?
in other words, all Dr. Kia, all the issue that's really happening global,
Yes.
whether spiritual, material, and physical, all the issue what's really happening, the answer there is so simple, is the unlocking of the reverse key program because that is the answer exactly. Meaning, how do you define the word reverse? You're going to do the other way around. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, think about it. What is the opposite of bad? It's going to be all good. What is the opposite of poverty and poor and thing? It's going to be abundance and you will make more money or you can be able to upgrade your lifestyle and what. You're not going to be on that poverty thing. You're going to be able to have a good life with your family as well. And then the dark will going to be light and the people who doesn't have no education and what that knowledge, you will be educated and have more knowledge and if you're short, you're gonna be probably tall. Oh, I want to be tall. Ugly, we're gonna be pretty. Maybe from within. Let's do that. And let's say anything that's really dirty, it's gonna be clean. The opposite way, in other words. So, and also I find out that the Nizara and Gizara was tied up to the reverse unlocking of the reverse key program. It's already been it's already been in the record for 100 years alfredo, remember 100 years. So in other words, even my parents is not even born yet when they created that stuff, the unlocking of the reverse key program and then the Nizara Gizara. So I think it's kind of, it's showing up. And also, Alfredo, if you talk about the Titanic story, because there's something to some secret about that, do you want to talk about that? Because you mentioned that about the Titanic, the sinking of the Titanic, because he researched that. Alfredo, do you want to mention that or not? The secret of the Titanic thing.
Well, everybody knows that already what happened to the Titanic in 1912 because there were wealthy bankers there who are supposed they are opposing to the what the globalist is implementing over humanity. That's why they were there to create another banking system contrary to the banking cartel of the deep state.
Mm.
So what happened? It was a sacrificial lamb there. Why they made it sure that the Titanic would sink? Because I cannot get the perspective when it comes to the notices being given to all navigators when it comes to danger up ahead. The protocol there is always when you receive a notice that there is a danger up ahead, you have to divert your course in order for you to avoid the danger. Why is it that the captain did not alter the course of the Titanic, even though
Yeah.
he received already plenty of messages that there is a danger up ahead?
Mm.
Because
Right.
the master was commanded not to. That's it.
Mm.
Meaning they have to sink and die, all of them, right? Something like that.
Mm.
Yes, definitely.
And it's another way of from the other side that they have slander and plan something to destroy,
So as with the 9/11 Twin Towers, same thing.
Yeah.
the same thing. Yeah.
And to think
Wow.
that all those things happen for a reason, you can correlate it now to what is happening to us during the COVID-19.
Mm.
They are covering something up
Mm.
because it was supposedly to kickstart, to kick off 2019. But it didn't happen. They preempted it because they created something to delay the process.
Mm.
And perhaps because they delayed it so much, they cannot delay it right now because it is already the right time. 2024
Yeah.
is the redemption year.
Mm.
Yeah, and the 50 years jubilee year, guys. So you guys have to be able to look forward because the best thing is yet to come and it's already coming. It's like one step ahead, Dr. Kia. In other words, we all have to be all patient, believe in it, and be open minded, and start cleaning your own self to be a better person and to clean your heart and soul for the better, and try to be kind and humble with humility and ready to receive this blessing ahead of you coming to you, and be prepared not only to be on that position but
Mm.
asking yourself, are you ready to accept, and what are you going to do about it? What is your intention? What
Mm.
are you going to do later? In other words, it's not going to be everyone who's going to receive it, because if they scan you or monitor you that you are on the other way around to the dark side, not having a good intention, not even having a good heart, or being humble with humility and kind to people, do you actually believe that you will going to receive any of this? Because remember, this wealth of the nation coming from all of us, from our creator, God's wealth is all non-criminal clean money,
Mm.
meaning that it has to go and pass to the clean country. Why do you think that they're trying to clean the administration and all the country before they even receive their own project and funds to back up their gold and their project? Because it has to be the clean, in other words, clean country, and the administration who's leading the country should be selected for the right reason and purpose, that they are basically eligible or actually approved or deserving to be a part or leader to that country, to taking care of their people. And of course, the people has to be clean too as well. That's why this is all about more spiritual, because material has already been waiting to all of us.
Yes, correct.
One foot ahead. But the question again is that, are all the people from global are we all ready to receive it? Do we change our heart and soul? I mean, where do you want to be? You want to be on the dark side, or you want to be on the light side? Of
Mm.
course, I want to go to the light side. I want to be able to serve. And again, guys,
Yeah.
being on my role that I have to do later, that's only gonna try to set that on the inauguration, that I'm always gonna be here to be your servant, not even in any kind of title, whether I was given one, but being who I am, because I am a servant. Remember, we are all a servant. But of course, the
Correct.
difference is we have all different roles
And
that we have to
Princess,
do, and we're all instruments. Yes.
just a moment. And to prove that, the proof of ownership is the ring. Okay?
Mm.
The ring prove the ownership. And then
Mhm.
that also proves the sole power constitutional authority of
Yeah.
Princess as to regards to
That's
the
being
unlocking
the
the reverse
subsea.
key,
Yeah, being the
unlocking
subsea.
the reverse key program.
Mm.
Yeah,
That
being the
is why
subsea.
if we would go back to the history, what happened during the Titanic period, they were planning also that the dollarization. Okay? Same as what BRICS had been doing right now,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
the
Wow.
dollarization. But it is the BRICS that
Mm.
succeeded it because
Yeah.
the BRICS, China, Russia,
to Russia,
Okay, India has its role
South
also
Africa,
biblically.
Mm.
And we do not
Brazil.
want to discuss that because we will be going all the long way. Maybe perhaps later on we can discuss about the BRICS because it
Yeah,
has also the equivalent spiritual explanation as to that.
Mm.
You
yeah,
will
and that's
understand it.
also help. Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, and
correct. That is why. So everything that is happening to us right now is just a repetitive event before in our current timeline. You just need to realize it. Why is it happening this way?
mhm. And of course,
So
in addition to that, Alfredo, that before they all fail, we fail, right? We fail the plan. But this time, the third Jubilee and the 50 years Jubilee, by the way, year, and the redemption time, this is basically the final one that no one, I mean, no one can actually intercept or delay or stop because our Creator already all planned all of this along with the material and the physical through my accessor, my BIP, and the people who are actually being chosen to be a part of this whole platform. Like for instance, our great, I mean, I would say that the President Trump will gonna have a huge a role to make this all work also because he will be leading the nation, the America and other more country to be able to talk about and to announce because he is a hero that we all been waiting for to be the best ever president of the United States of America. Then I know not only material, but he has that kind of heart and pure, humble with humility and pure soul to be able to make a difference and to help the humanity. Remember, whenever he talked, he always talk about making this nation to be great again for the people and this. And you can see and read in his eyes and his face that he has that kind of genuinely intention to change and help all of American people. I'm sure not only American, but maybe for humanity as well. But of course, being a president of the United States of America is a huge,
Yeah.
what do you call, role that you have to deal with. How
Mm.
many states do we have in the U.S., right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's why I admire him so much because of his bravery and being a pure soul and beautiful heart and really working hard and no one can defeat him. You know why? Because the because the Holy Spirit is around him. You never know who's going to be watching over him. And again, we just have all to pray to our Donald Trump because, he will be a great person that we can all be trusted when it comes to all of these things that's really happening. And of course, he will be with me and Russia, of course, in China and, some other leaders that who will be able to complement all of this platform because it's all a matter of putting all of these countries together because I
Yeah.
think what's going to happen is we're going to have a peace, now that the dark side was all defeated, the one that's all contradicted and depopulation our humanity and so forth, I mean, our creator and everyone would love to have a peaceful global,
Yeah.
meaning all the country will going to be all get together, get along, no fight, no war, just living and taking care of our own country. I mean, think about it. That's right, Alfredo. That's exactly what's going to be happening.
yes,
And I
correct,
have the
correct.
vision. Yes, that's why the reverse key
One moment,
program is
Princess.
the most
Just a
important.
point to ponder for Dr.
Hmm.
Kia.
Yes.
Just take note of this.
Okay.
When the Titanic sank, okay, why is it the daughter of Rothschild and her dog escaped the incident at the very last moment?
They were what? The
They,
daughter
the daughter, the
of
daughter
what?
of the Rothschild
What happened?
escaped that incident.
Oh, she
They,
escaped. Wow.
yes, because the Rothschild did not board the ship because for the reason that somehow they left a baggage. They
Mm.
know the Titanic will sink.
We'll sing. Oh, okay. It's cover up. That's right. Of
It's a
course.
cover up.
Mm.
Yes. Oh my
Everything
gosh.
in our history is a cover up. That is why our Bible, this is our history that was stolen from us.
Mm.
They write it in the way they want it to be, not what the Creator wants us to be.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
Princess, you can go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying again? Where
I
do
know
I
you
stop?
were about to transition into the secret book of redemption.
Oh, yeah. Um, Remember we talked about during March, the day after martial law was actually signed that by the BIP, because to protect the wealth of the nation globally. That's the main reason for that, because I just figured that out and realized that said, why did they sign September 22nd, 1972? I was 18 years old, and 72 days I was on the legal age, so it's perfectly okay now, no problem. I don't need any lawyer or anything because I'm a legal age. And why after martial law? Because when you do that, you have the control to the whole country, and most people in our country does not realize. They think that he was a dictator and this and that. That's why he actually kind, they make it a bad thing about it. It's like 9/11. They make it really bad about that thing, but again, in essence, behind it, they have a very good security and protection. They are protecting something, meaning the wealth of the nation. And of course, being the subsea, the meaning of subsea, S stand for soul, O stand for owner, H stands for air, like HEIR, B stands for butterfly. That's very important in English. Butterfly, mariposa, actually in the language of what Spanish, and then paru-paru in Tagalog, and whatnot. And then S stands for signatory, and then E stands for Elizabeth. So sub C, the future, the reverse, the unlocking of the reverse key program, the future butterfly touch me not go. That's it. And being the sub C, I was given the power, the sole power, constitutional authority, and it's all you can read there. It's all approved by the I have the conduct pass approved by the IMF, etc. You remember G7? It's right there, Doc. You want to show that? You want to show you want to show all of those uh,
Document.
secret book of redemption. They can see it.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know
And
which
the
one.
code of and to quote the code of Subsea is number 33.
Hmm.
Same as identical to the 33-degree Freemasonry
Let's see.
Just
structure.
show that thing. Yeah, that's the one. See, it says there that the Bagong Lipunan, Sacred Book of Redemption, it says that, hold on just a second, let me read my stuff. So where are you now then? Okay, there you go. The first one, right? It
Is this the
says there, with the authorists, originalists, the yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
write
Hope
down?
for this. What do you mean by that hope for this again? Alfredo, that Anami was saying, the hope for this. Meaning to show or to open.
Correct.
Oh, hope this right here. Oh, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Hope for this. Oh,
They have a meaning for that hope for this. I think in Ilocano, they call that to open it. Or what? What does that mean?
Yeah.
And they have
To
seven
open
seals,
it, to
seven
unlock.
documents. They
to
have
un-
seven books, seven seal, and seven authorities
I
right
see
here.
it. Seven books, seven seals, seven authority. Wow.
Meaning that I'm the only one who have the authority out of it. Originally, meaning they cannot duplicate me in being legalist. And of
Yes.
course, it says there also that being the uh, being the reverse key, being the subsea as the future butterfly,
Mm,
touch me not code. It says there all the code and everything. And of course, it was given. I was given a subsea. Okay, this is the ownership declaration
mm,
and global immunity and international diplomatic clearance, and the letter of instruction, LOI, the sole power of constitutional authority, and safety conduct pass. And I have the clearance from the IMF, UNISC, G7, SQPN, GP, and GPH. So much stuff here.
but can you explain what is the secret book of redemption? I can see, I see this cover, but what does it mean? Like, you were given this book? And,
Actually, this is the original. What do you call this? Copper plate. That's a document that I think probably Alfredo can explain this better than I do because there's so many code over here.
okay.
I can even read it.
Okay, okay. Dr. Kia, the secret book of redemption is the lateral explanation what is gonna happen to us during this moment of our being redeemed in our state of economic slavery. That's why the all of those codes written in that book are just codes. They are not meant to be names of persons or so on and so forth. Because many persons are claiming to be princess. But it, for you to claim to be the real thing, again, I quote, you have first to have the royalty bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, your royalty bloodline should be connected to the bloodline of the Holy Grail. And how you gonna prove that? So everybody else failed to that category.
Mm-hmm.
It was only princess that passed in that category
And
based on the
in
accounts.
addition to that,
Okay?
in addition to that, the country Israel. I was wondering why right now. Why did they put that invaded that in me within me that double trilateral because it's a Star of Davis, right? The mark that
Correct.
I have is the double trilateral, and it's supposed to be the flag of Israel. And then I figured that out that whenever they start from the beginning, they have to put it back to where it belongs. So whatever they have in Israel, they have to bring it back here home, right? I mean, Alfredo, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. But I know those are two kind of like so deep for people to understand it.
Basically, because
Yeah.
of the thing that the all-seeing eye being seen in the King of David and King Solomon. So that's why the flag of Israel is also significant when it comes to the idea when we speak about of redemption. Because the one that's gonna be redeemed here are the 12 tribes of Israel.
Mhm.
And also, Dr. Kia, did you
Yes.
show the Secret Book of Redemption that they signed that on September 22nd,
Mm.
1972? So people have to see that it's really existed. And when you look at that, you have to show the one with the signature. Remember, they said the three keys,
That's,
UBS, it's right here, the UBS.
oh, let me see. I
And
did see.
then
1 minute. I'll get
then the bald, the bald custodian officer transmission code. They have it here, the bolt, the UBS, and the three keys. And then remember the three images that it shows there? It's actually our three of us photos right there.
Okay, wait a minute. This is the three keys. Can you explain what are the three keys again?
No, they show there the three keys. Alfredo, can you explain those and then the UBS? Because this whole thing here in the Secret Book of Redemption, it actually shows also the first tranches all deposited in UBS in Switzerland.
The first tranche of
The
money.
Yeah, the 500 dodecalion with its 39 zeros, the infinitum. Infinitum is right here. Remember I sent you
Uh,
that thing, that
Dr. Kia,
Yes.
the three keys just represent the spiritual, physical, and material.
material, and then they have the UBS there. Yep. And then those images there, if you look at that,
This is the
look
image.
at
Oh,
very clear, close, right?
I can make
My
it.
father, my father was in the front holding the Filipino flag,
I
and
see him
my
right
mother, and my mother was holding
there.
was, and my mother was having her arms, her right arms to his shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
having holding the torch, and I was the one at the back, behind because I am the guess who.
Yes.
Remember, guess who?
This
You
is your.
guess her. I'm a princess there. Yes, there you go. That's me. I have a crown.
Wow.
I'm hiding. So the three, if you see the three image.
That's one, two, three.
hmm
Yes.
And
Yeah,
also when
correct.
you look, oh, I never show you the other one. The first page
And
that
also,
the Redeemer,
Dr. Kia,
the
Yes.
do not
Redeemer's
forget
copy.
also why is it this Star of David or the flag of Israel is being represented here? Because remember the
Sis,
promise to King David that the kingdom and the scepter will not depart from the bloodline. It will be brought back from the wicked to the righteous.
where's the Star of David? Is this it here?
No,
That is.
it's not there.
I was gonna say,
It's
okay,
It,
on my ring. It's on my
like,
ring.
oh,
it's
on
on
your.
the ring.
King
Okay.
Solomon.
The Star of David is same like as the flag of Israel.
Hmm. Yeah, and you were telling me the Star of David. Wasn't you telling me the Star of David represents the feminine and the masculine coming together? Or was that somebody else that told me that?
The king of all kings.
Okay.
Because the global queen that
Because
will be
if you would
inaugurated.
if you would see that in the spiritual thing, it means because the name of the Messiah came from the Father. That's why if the Father, the Creator, is the King, the Son will likewise be the King. That's why it is called King of all kings.
Hmm.
But that is more on the spiritual level. But what we are discussing here is on the level that we are have to understand regarding the redemption in our current timeline. That is why we have to take note the verse that the promise to King David that the kingdom will be brought back from the wicked to the righteous, and that is redemption
Could
from
we
the
read?
wicked to the righteous. You get that?
Yes, that's a scripture actually, right? That the wealth of the wicked
Yes, correct.
lay.
Basically, that is
Okay.
why Trump keep on repeating this is gonna be biblical. You get the point now, don't you?
So
Absolutely.
yeah, do you have some question there, Dr. Kia, yourself or other audience who would like to clarify or clear
Sure.
some air or sort of like something that we can answer on the air so that people
Okay.
will.
Yes, let's look at some questions. Before we get to the question, I had the questions here from our audience. The 50th year jubilee in the Bible, wasn't the year of jubilee a time when they set the slaves free, and if anybody owed you any debt, you were supposed to forgive the debts? Can you Marcos? I mean, sorry.
Alfredo answered that.
Yeah,
You
what?
mean in the timeline of Moses?
Yes.
So
What happened?
that is a different timeline there. Our timeline is different.
But I mean, the
That's why
jubilee.
we have to connect the dots. What happened those times in order for us to understand what's gonna happen for us in our current timeline.
But
That
biblically, the
already happened. We cannot bring it back. That's already done.
I just wanted to know the concept of jubilee from the Bible. What happened? Because
Yes,
I
somewhat same like that. But in our current timeline, we will all be redeemed. Okay? Redemption by faith, redemption through economic slavery. Why faith?
yes.
Because it is very basic. Our faith is also in a complete mess. We are all here victims.
Yes.
Victims
Yes,
of what?
Yeah.
Victims of deception. We were deceived. And I know most people knows that deception, what happened.
Mm.
That's why it is redemption by faith. When everything is implemented, everything
Vic-
will understand it anyway.
we were victims of yeah, we were also
Deception.
of
We
deception
were deceived.
and economic slavery. And so that's
Yes.
why that's so to your point, I think this being a jubilee and what I heard Princess saying is, you know, during this time of jubilee, we're going to have all debts to be wiped away with Nasara and Jasara.
Correct. Definitely.
yes.
That's why we have Nisara Disara,
Okay.
QFS
Yes.
in that
Yeah.
matter. And not only that, because we will also be redeemed spiritually in order for us to reconnect
Mm,
completely to our Creator, realign us, our dimension, our vibrations, and everything will be aligned to our Creator the way it is to be,
yes.
not
And
the other
also
way around. because you
Yes,
see they mess it all up. They change everything. How they do that? They change the calendar, they change the compass, they change the number of days.
Mm.
Everything was changed.
they changed the
Come to think of
Bible.
that,
They
They,
changed the
they, they had,
Bible.
yeah, they changed the Bible. I mean, the
the
belief of
Bible is
everyone.
basically corrupted.
Mm.
Yes, very much. And also, Alfredo, can you explain to them because a lot of people are misleading the definition of quantum financial system. They don't understand that much because when someone come to you and tell you to donate or to give or to pay some money to
Yeah.
deposit to do this and that is wrong because QFS is a system to go through to our platform that we're gonna be that they're planning for the Nizara and Gisara. Can you
Yeah.
explain more details on that, Alfredo? Because a lot of people
Okay.
are misunderstood the definition of
It is just
QPS.
plain and simple, Dr. Kia. Okay? The QFS is a system. Okay? Take note. Quantum Financial System. It is a system. Okay?
Mm.
It is a system that is off to replace the old SWIFT system. Okay? It will replace that because the SWIFT system was created by the banking cartel.
Mm.
Okay? You see, you have your own money, your money, physical money. You deposit in the bank. But yet the bank, when you borrow your money from the bank, they will charge you for interest out
Yeah.
of your own money. And what is that? Plain and simple, slavery. Am I
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir. Indeed.
So that's why there is QFS now. Humanity will have full control over their own assets here
Mm.
Including the
when we
med
get
bed.
into that. In
Mm.
everything. Anyway, everybody will understand it when the right time comes.
Yes, they're all gonna get it and what.
There will be something that we will be doing for humanity to understand that. Because if we would take up everything here, we will not be done. It will take us very, very long.
It will take time to be able to have the understanding to all our for humanity what's really happening around global. I mean, this is all a part of our creator's plan even, and now
But the
like
good
what I
news here,
said,
we are already here. We are already at the
yeah,
tip of the iceberg now.
yeah, we defeated them, Dr. Kia, we defeated against all odds against humanity, and
You
whatnot,
see,
we all
what
defeated
Trump's
them
now is
already.
saying, God wins. Am I
Yes.
right? You see
Yes,
that?
You said.
God
exactly, think
wins.
about it.
Think about it.
And of course, God's we're gonna win because we are already on the right time and the right person and the right place.
Mm.
Remember, guys, before the right before the right time, no, the right place and the right person. Now we are all waiting for the right time because timing is everything. We have to be patient. It's right here. People waited for 40 years, 30, 20, 10, 5 years, a year, and now you guys are all waiting for. I guess I was only in your podcast or interview maybe around what 2 months ago, not even 3 months, right? But here we are, guys. And for the most part, we have to take care of ourselves, our body, our health, our heart, our mind. That is the most important right now. That's why they still have this a little bit kind of maybe just a little delay now, right? But once we all ready to go, and when the time, because the best thing is yet to come, it is coming soon. Like what we were telling everyone, we have to be all prepared to what's really going to explore. And I know that. Oh, by the way, my birthday was July. Actually, the month of September is supposed to be according to the Julian calendar. This month of September will be my July birthday, right, Alfredo? When you look at the Julian calendar, September is actually July, so meaning my birthday is still coming up because the Gregorian was actually, like last 2 months ago. Am I correct, Alfredo?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And
So
by the way,
meaning,
Dr. Kia, for the record, when we say when the calendar was changed by Pope Gregory,
Mm.
the original one, August is the 6th month. Okay? and
Okay.
September is the seventh month.
Okay.
And again, to quote the document of Princess, dates September 7 of 1983.
Hmm.
And remember also, Princess is already 70 years old. Take away the zero, that's 7.
Seven.
September 7 of 1983, that's 777, which is
Wow.
basically the code, the Mariposa code, will unlock
Yes.
the reverse key program. And what will be for us when the reverse key program unlocks the wealth? What will be there? The infinite wealth, which is October, Octa, eighth month, the infinito.
8 months. Yeah.
And it follows again November, Nona.
Mm.
Okay, it follows there. The rollout, Nona. 9, December, Deca,
Okay.
the completion. But again, we say that it could be run as far as February because the first month or the new year is
It's
March. March
March. Yeah.
is a B,
2025.
Oh.
being the new year. It ends there.
Mm.
So, meaning, if we would transition back to the original Julian calendar, we would go as far as February and start the year right, March as the first month. When we do the redemption now, we will go back and we will then again, we will have now equal number of days in all the months from March until going back to February. 28 days with one added neutral day to April.
Oh, so there's no more 30 or 31, right?
No more.
It's
It's
Because
gonna be all
that is
28.
that is the perfect days when we were
Yeah,
aligned to our creator.
mm.
You
that's
see,
right. How?
if you would get the concept, how did the creator make the calendar?
Mm.
It is patterned to Eve because if you will see that in the angle, how the menstrual cycle of a woman is only every 28
20,
days. Perfect.
28 days. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
And what did science do?
Mm.
That was disrupted
Mm.
because eventually, when they changed the calendar, everything was changed.
Mm.
Mm.
Our vibrations, our ascension, our connection to our creator was misaligned. So everything was changed. The rhythm. That's why we are in a complete mess. And everything is there to be restored for us. In
Mm.
order for us to enjoy what is what the creator wants us for humanity. And we are very lucky it happens in our time.
In
Yes.
our time now, we are all know each other. But the question is, can you handle the truth? Does anybody can handle the truth? Or Dr.
Well,
Kia, can you handle the truth?
absolutely. And I see this question here that continues to come up, and that is that they want to know where is this written? Because Alfredo mentioned that he was looking for the Queen of Sheba, and that led him to you, Princess. And he says it's all
Mm-hmm.
written. Kay Harris says written where, and somebody else answered the same thing. Like, yeah, where's this written? Like, how can we know this is true? Like, written where is the question.
Oh,
Okay, Dr. Kia,
Mr.
bear in
Yeah.
mind that the Bible only speaks very little information as to the information of the Queen of Sheba. Okay?
Okay.
But
Yes.
it was mentioned that the Queen of Sheba went to King Solomon to hear the wisdom, right?
Yeah. She did. Yes.
So therefore, the Queen of Sheba became one of the wives of King Solomon.
Absolutely.
So therefore, the bloodline, since the bloodline of the Messiah, the Lord Jesus Christ, traced back up to the bloodline of King David, King Solomon, and down to the royalty bloodline of princess.
Mm,
That's why I trace, in order to find the bloodline of the Holy Grail, I have to look for the Queen of Sheba.
mm.
You get the point?
Yeah.
You cannot get the whole story there if you would not trace it back from where it started. And
Mm-hmm.
if you want to understand those things, you have to consider watching the movie Da Vinci Code.
Mm-hmm.
There are
Yeah.
clues there.
Mm.
You will only get clues there, but you cannot trace it up. You only
Mm.
get the clues.
That's the movie with
But
Tom
as
Hanks
as
and
to
Sophie.
as to finding princess, that's already confidential because I was the one who did it. I was the one who wrote it. I was the one who wrote the book,
Mm.
proving that princess indeed is connected to that bloodline. Just what as it is being portrayed in the movie.
Yes.
And that is already very confidential. We cannot talk of that matter for the
Uh,
safety and security.
yes, sir. Thank you so much for
Okay?
answering that.
Understood?
Understood. Next. Thank you, Alfredo and Princess. Here's a question that I've been burning to ask you all because, this has been a consistent question.
I'll say, Mama, yeah, go ahead, read that. It's okay.
Okay. Jeff Rom said, since his best, Princess Elizabeth, uh, when will you take him up on his all expense paid trip to the Philippines to prove your claim? If you have nothing to hide, why not take him up on this offer? Ozzy Mom asks.
What is this
Okay.
offer? What is this offer?
No, Princess,
Expense
allow me
paid.
to
Yes, go
answer
ahead.
that.
Sure, sure.
Okay. As to regards to this, Jeff Ram claims to be the asset manager of the Rodriguez estate. Okay. Take note, estate.
State.
Estate is different when we say trust. Okay. That's different.
Ah,
And this person had connected princess to the wrong family. He connected princess to the wrong family. And
mm,
to quote, on what authority that princess should prove her document to him. At what authority?
Because
He
the
is not the
only one, yeah,
person that is supposed to authenticate the documents
me, yeah.
of princess.
And
mm.
my body, not only documents. Remember, I am the
You
document.
are just the asset manager, and to quote, you do not even know who is your principal.
And who's your
Oh, come
hierarchy
on.
is.
Get get realistic here.
But for the record, Alfredo, for the record, okay, I am the executor of both my parents, and I have a bloodline through the Rodriguez in Spain because my mother was born in Burgos, Spain. So my family, basically, I am an Spanish blood and Chinese blood. So, and you talk about King Solomon. I heard about that on his show to Marcy. I have the King Solomon ring. Now, if you guys are having such a hard time to understand and put everything together, I'm so sorry. I don't have nothing to justify, especially to his group, because he is not the right person to authenticate me. The central bank and the World Bank have the only right and authority and power to figure out whether I am the real true person. And I don't have to prove to no one. To be honest, I am your servant to be able to do my job to serve the humanity, and I have all the proof. In fact, I have something account in central bank, and that's all I can use to the whole Filipinos. I can taking care of the 85% Filipinos poverty here. Just to make an example, I have something proof. But why do I have to justify to have a proof for Jeffram, for whoever? They're not the
And
authenticated
princess,
authority person, you know?
Mm.
And by
hello
the way,
princess.
okay, no, wait. By the way, for the record, who are you, Jeff Ram, to clear this issue and to even mention that you have the authority and power to make sure that I'm the real person? Who are you? What is your job? What is your position? Who are you in my life? And who are you for humanity's sake? Who are you for this whole global, for this reverse key program and the secret of redemption and all of this? Who are you? You're supposed to be telling me what is your position? What is your backup? Who are you as a person? Because right at this point, I already introduced myself who I am, and you don't have to believe, and not everyone has to believe me, but I have a job to do, guys. It's like Trump. No one can stop me to finish my role and my job. No one.
I
Because if I was with God, no one will be against me,
think it's
right?
bizarre to me. To It's bizarre. I don't know who Jeff Rom
I
is.
mean, yeah, I don't even know what. First, away for the record, by the way, Doctor Kia, excuse me, I would like to say this because we're already on this twin.
Yeah.
From the start, I never even trigger about Jeff Ram. I don't even know him. I never say anything bad about the person, not even to get intimidated. But for the record, if he is really the estate manager for the Rodriguez estate, regardless, he should at least approach me that why don't we hook up, Elizabeth? We talk about it because I was an estate manager of this property or this wealth or this Rodriguez thing. We can probably hook up because you said that you are Rodriguez bloodline or you're a part. Can we all talk together and find out maybe we can help each other? That will be the best way of approaching person. If you are the professional person, Mr. Ram, I would say that kind of I will approach Elizabeth in that manner because remember we have to be respectful to people that you don't even know the person. You cannot discredit me and say something including my accent. What has it got to do with that for me to be a servant of our Creator, to be able to help for humanity? Think about it. So, are you a professional person? You know how to talk and deal with people that you deal with? If you are an asset manager giving the authority
Princess.
to have that kind of weight, huge job, you should know how to respect to people. You should know how to deal with people. You should know how to approach the right person. And by the way, you should ask your hierarchy, who is me? Now you see my name and my face. Go and ask them about me. Right there, my whole thing has already been showed there on the show. Go ahead and ask your hierarchy if knowing that your hierarchy is the real true hierarchy, by the way. I want to make sure of that. Maybe the person that you're talking about is not even the real one, too. I don't know. I don't want to judge no one because I'm not God. I'm still giving you a benefit of a doubt because I will not gonna be triggered or to be distracted by someone who will treat me like non-professional, disrespectful, even paying for my own trip and everything. Why? I cannot afford to pay my own travel, my
That's
ticket, my food. Come on, don't try
it's
to
bizarre.
don't don't try to kind of insult me.
It's against
You are insulting my me as a person. I am we are all a God's children. You don't treat your people like that. If you are given an authority to manage, this kind of wealth, you should know how to speak and talk to people with respect. And you have to be humble. You talk about helping the planet. How can you help the planet? You're trying to discredit me and destroy me. And I never even done anything wrong to you, Mr. Ram. Come on. You have to be kind and nice to people. I never say something bad about you from the beginning. I don't understand why she's attacking me. Why are they attacking me? For what?
and why
Give
are
me a reason.
why do people continue to come to my podcast to ask this question over and over about I don't even know this gentleman
Wait.
and I'm sorry, go ahead, Alfredo.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Just for to cut this story short and to
Okay.
cut this argument, okay? There is a big difference when it comes to the statement being the asset manager. Okay?
Okay.
For Christ's sake, he is just an asset manager.
Hmm.
Princess Elizabeth is the heiress, okay? Heiress of her mother,
Hmm.
as when we speak of the Rodriguez Trust.
As the Rodriguez, yes.
You
Hmm.
get that?
Yes,
Being
she's
the heiress. Okay?
mhm.
So there's a big difference here. And for the fact that if you are indeed an asset manager, you should know your principal. Who gave you the
Correct.
authority to be the asset manager?
Mhm.
With the Rodriguez family, yes. That's one
You
thing
get
I
the
was
point,
saying,
Dr. Kia?
Get it? Yeah.
Because people are just asking without knowing the root cause.
Mhm.
Why don't you ask
Yeah.
Jeffram? You ask Jeffram, who is your principal?
Who is your
Yeah.
boss?
Who
Mm,
is
Oh, come on.
who is your hierarchy? Who's your boss? And that's that's important.
And
But
I'm
being
not that
kind to
stupid
people.
enough to go with that Jeffram because he is just insinuating princess.
yeah.
It's
Everything that
okay.
he is saying online is just garbage. Oh no.
It's okay. The truth will going to set all of us free. It will going to reveal the truth. And when the truth comes out, and
Mhm.
then, we have to be kind. I
Mhm.
mean, you know what? Maybe I can understand his position as well, because he probably doesn't really know me in a way. And maybe he was talking to the wrong group or wrong person. But likewise, my advice to him is that do your own research, do your own homework, due
Yes.
diligence, and most especially find your ask to your hierarchy whether if you have connection with the elders, ask them about me, show my picture, it's okay, you've
Mhm.
seen it right there. I'm not nothing to hide, I don't have nothing to hide, because that person that who was making some sort of like question, it's not even Jeff from. I want him to ask direct to me on the show and make some kind of like reaction, not another person that he doesn't even know what he was talking about.
Mm.
Remember the one that should send a message here, Dr. Kia? It's
Yeah.
not even Jeff Trump or not even Ford or the other person, Floyd. I want them to ask me direct, but again, I'm so sorry if I cannot go to your interview because they're trying to challenge me. I
Yeah.
will not gonna be act and respond to people who was acting some kind of like that, because if I do pursue to their action and their interview or their invitation, I will be like them, and I'm not like them.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm not like that. So
You know,
please,
I would never
and
insult this. I would never insult a princess and say, "I'll fly you out." That's just
yeah, it's an insulting. My God, are you kidding?
not proper.
okay,
And for people to even fall for that to me is bizarre.
okay,
What?
that's it.
But
And
That,
why
that's
do
the
you
end of the
wait?
story of that.
Okay, and wait, another thing. Why do you think that I was talking to Wolverine, to Peter Walker, to Brownie, to Dr. Kia, to whoever who can talk to me and with respect and invite me, not that kind of the other way around. They already insult me from the beginning. They already discredit me and say something bad about fraud, about international fraud. What is the international fraud you're talking about? I am the royal bloodline of my mother and my grandmother and my grandfather. What has got to do with the fraud or being excuse me of that? It's so insane. I mean, come on. We are here in a war that we have to be all working together, have faith in our creator, be a team and get together and working together and helping each other to make our global planet in peace and clean. And
that's,
there you go. Maybe I don't know whether are you on the dark side, because I know I am on the light side, by the way. I don't know, but maybe again this is like another trial. And you know what? It's okay. I don't need to have a challenge. Let's just all wait for the right time. Okay, the right time,
oh, no.
because the truth will going to set you, all of you, free, us free, and the revelation, the true revelation, will going to come up. And you know what? Don't worry, Mr. Jeffram, and your other friends out there, it will going to come out soon, don't worry. You know what, I will invite you to come down here on my inauguration, how about that? And I can tell you whether you want to pay your own fare or I will pay for it, it's okay. It's your choices. I will not gonna discredit you and say that I have to pay for you. What if you're gonna come back to me and say, hey, I can afford to pay my thing, there you go. But if you want to have that, it's okay, open. Don't worry, you will be invited. Oh, there somebody's asking about Saint Germain right there.
Yes, thank you so much,
Andrea.
Princess and Alfredo. I appreciate you addressing that question, because it's a prevalent question. It continues to come up. Very well done.
Yeah.
So, what about the Saint Germain Trust? I know you touched on it briefly, but
Yeah, Alfredo, make sure explain that.
Oh, the Saint Germain Trust is the one that's funding the NESARA. Okay, the initial rollout for NESARA, which is the National Economic Security and Information Act.
okay.
So it's funding that, and Saint Germain will be also likewise streamline all those claims like farm claims, etc. and etc.
Okay.
And just what one of the I think one of the groups was mentioned by Wolverine, the Precartorias. It's where the money came from Saint Germain.
Yeah, and also they talk about the Monte Cristo. Can you explain about that? Because somebody was asking me
I
about the
think the
Monte
Monte
Cristo
Cristo
Trust.
Trust was created by the, you know, the one in Rome to confuse everybody else because it was supposedly created for by them to suck in the wealth.
Mm.
Okay,
Hmm.
it is on the side of the dark side, the Monte Cristo Trust.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on the good side.
Mm.
But again, like what I said, when people are asking you for money to join their group or paying this and that, then don't go for it because you remember it can be not the right thing to do. I guess that's what I told him. But I don't know anything so much about Monte Cristo Trust and whatnot. So
And
My
I
by the
only
way,
know say
Dr. Kia,
yes.
somebody asked in the comments regarding where is the Queen of Sheba now? Okay,
Mm.
the Queen of Sheba, as we speak, is during the biblical time. It is only the representation that we are looking here. Because if you would connect that in the biblical time, the Queen of Sheba went to King Solomon in order to hear his wisdom
Mhm.
and to see for herself how wealthy King Solomon is and
Mm.
where do King Solomon get his treasures. You have to get back to Ezion Geber, and Ezion Geber is the modern day Palestine. And where do the sheep of Hiram go from Ezion Geber? It goes to the land of Ophir, which is
Mm.
the modern day Philippines. And there you go. You get your answer now. Why is it there is so much gold and so much wealth in the
Mm.
Philippines?
plan of a fear.
Settled, Dr.
Set-
Kia?
Settled. Settled.
Did
Yes.
you have more question? What about more
Yes, and I just
questions?
want to
Or
say for the record, also Saint Germain, on my overstanding and understanding, was an ascended master who acquired wealth and stored it up for such a time as this. And one of the things that he funded, if I got it correct from you, Princess, was the. Did you say he funded the that Saint Germain Trust funded the shutdown, the global shutdown? What did you say Saint Germain Trust funded? The pandemic and what was did you say he fund?
No,
Did
no,
you
no,
say
no,
that?
no. Dr. Kia, the
Yes.
one, the St. Germain Trust will fund the Global Economic Security and Reformation Act.
Nassar,
That's
okay.
global scale. Okay?
But I thought
When we speak of Nesara and Jesara, that is why all those things that will be redeemed, including the bonds, securities, currencies, all those redemption thing will be funded by the Rodriguez Trust
okay.
alongside with the King Solomon Trust.
Yeah, thank you. Now I know, but the
So
wasn't the
you will now get the picture why all those things will be redeemed.
absolutely.
And because the argument always here, they are they are into this argument for a very long time already. Why is it the Philippines? Why is it they have so much wealth? Well, you just have to go back to the history, how it came about. And to prove that, there is a proof there in a place called Duero in Bohol, Philippines. The Iskaya tribe. They are Canaanites.
Mm,
They are Phoenicians. They are the remnants
mm,
of the, what you call this, excuse me, the remnants of the crew
mm,
of King Hiram that was left behind
mm,
during that expedition, transporting the gold for King Solomon's temple. And if you would go through the history,
yeah.
who destroyed the temple? It was the Romans. And where are the Romans? And you can connect and connect and connect the dots. That's why it is all related here. Anyway,
Yes.
everything will be revealed to humanity soon. Don't worry about that. If you don't understand it at the moment, just leave it that way. Because when the
The,
right time comes, we will show you everything what happened in our
The book.
history.
You mean the book, right? The book, the novel,
Yes,
and the movies.
everything will be
Yes.
shown. And that includes everything.
everything. I asked
Our
this
history, our history as humans, and mankind.
will be
No
will.
worries with that.
I
And
remember
that's
last
gonna be and that's gonna be spectacular.
the last interview we did. I remember asking you and Princess Elizabeth about how America was at the verge of collapse, and our system was on the verge of collapse. And if my memory recalls me correct, Princess Elizabeth said that one of the things that held back the economy or supported the economy so that we wouldn't have a complete collapse during a global shutdown. I thought she said it was the Saint Germain Trust. Did I understand you right, Princess?
Yeah, yeah. Remember, Alfredo, that the German trust will be the one to help that 1% that from the American, they can be able to help them little by little, not totally collapse down back to zero. Remember, Alfredo, you mentioned about that for the Nizara?
Yes, correct. Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Oh, little
It
by
doesn't,
Because
little. Okay.
yeah,
because we don't want here like some sort of civil war. So
Uh,
that's why it has to be maintained in a certain level
I see.
when everything is being put into place.
Mm.
There's
Well,
somebody working here on the background that we do not know with this so
mm,
on. Like for example, the White Hats, okay,
yes.
the Pleiadians,
Mm,
the Star Seeds. So they work on a different aspect. But
yeah,
again,
helping
we have to quote also the
mm,
saying that the work is for the humans,
for
the
mm,
you. Yeah.
mercy is for the Creator. That's
mm,
why we also need to pray
mm,
because
Yeah.
in our own language that translate na sa tao ang gawa na sa Diyos ang awa.
Meaning the people has to work hard for it, but the ano yung hawa in English from our
Mercy,
creator, the
the
mercy is
mercy.
from our creator, but the action speak louder from the person itself. You have
mm,
to be the one to make it the physical work, but then the mercy will be from our creator. So in
mm,
other words, they will not going to give you both. You have to work to our side, and then the creator will going to give back the mercy from us to us. But again,
So, so
that's
there
why
you
it's
go
so
now. You get
important.
now the
Yeah.
answer. Why
absolutely.
we will have the redemption thing.
Mm,
So
yes.
that also goes back to the redemption of changing the belief of everyone who do you believe to your Bible or religion, because
Mm,
remember again, it's not all about religion and Bible and stuff. It's about you as a person. Remember, I told this before that you don't need someone in between to be able for you to be forsaken to your sin. You have to go and ask direct to our creator. Now
yeah.
when you done something, you are the only one who knows who are you. Like
Mm,
what I'm saying, each and every one of us, you are the only one who knows who really you are, because no
yeah.
one can justify and tell about yourself. I mean, if you have the proof and who you know that are you've been this, you've been doing that. Can you be saved? Can you not be saved? You're the only one who could provoke that and
Mm,
to describe that as a person. That's why we don't need any type of in between, like religion people, like this religious or ministry, to be able to to talk about your sin, what you've done. You need to forgive, your sin and what. No, you have to do it your own, and not talking, but make it, do it in action, because talk is big, but action speak louder than words. So
mm,
whether that you say, keep saying it, just make it happen. Work, do it. You know,
yes.
and no one can judge no one. It's only our creator can judge everyone, because we have our own belief and whatever. So like what I said on the other issue about that person, maybe I can understand him because of the fact that he does not really know me in a way, but day by day later, when he find about it, maybe he can say that, oh yeah, he is really true about what he was claiming. She is true about what we heard about her. So not everybody can be judged, and I'm not judging anyone. If you guys are negative about me, if you guys does not really believe in what I'm saying, I don't have nothing to lose because I am not hurting you guys. I am not getting something out of you. I'm just giving the message. And in fact, I shouldn't even introduce myself to you who I am, because when the time comes, it will just gonna show anyhow. But why? Because everything happened for a lot of good reason. Maybe because everybody in this whole views, like the platform that I've been dealing with all different people, never be probably be able to get the reward in terms of what they're saying they have the asset to redeem. What if it's all fake and not authenticated or not genuine? It's worthless. So meaning these people were gonna die and lose their hope because hey, what happened? I've been a victim. I've been waiting for 30 years, 20, 10 years. There you go. Why I come along with you guys to serve you, to be able to give the benefit of a doubt to maybe I will be the one to give the reward or your project or funds. Because remember, the money is infinite. You cannot even finish this to the whole global to distribute for the right reason, by the way, and right purpose. So there you go. I'm again your servant. So rather than judging me and saying something negative, be positive. What if I can be able to help all of you guys? Isn't it great? I mean, even
Yes,
me,
yes,
right?
it's great.
So so
Grateful for you.
I'm just reminding everyone that it's better to be kind because it's free, and be humble with humility. It's one of the most characters that our creator want us to be, because no matter who you are and what you've been, it's always better to be humble with everything that you do in your life, because then you will have more blessing. If people are trying to throw rocks in your face, throw them. They said, in joke, sandwich with ham and cheese. No, I throw them with beautiful smile and my kindness as well. So that's my message to those who want to throw rocks in my face. I will throw you kindness. How about that? And just show you and prove to you that I will succeed to what I'm fighting for. So meaning my best weapon is success. That's it.
Mm.
Nothing else and nothing more or less.
Thank you, Princess.
Yes.
Princess. In regards to the sun, we saw that in one of the documents that we read. Tenet Bit says sun, kindred. In its technical meaning in devices, this is a word of purchase, but the testator may make it a word of descent. Sometimes it is extended to more remote descendants, and that's according to the 1856 Law Dictionary. Okay. A
Oh,
word of
wow.
thank
Really? Oh my God. Oh, tinted bit. Why he's doing his homework, huh? Because I was thinking, why are they going to put SON, meaning they have a real definition for that word? I mean, remember.
you. Hmm. King
Yes, you're right, David Leck. Yeah, because on my reverse key program, when the reverse key was actually locked with 777, the security was basically the Pentagon. So when you turn around, and
Mm,
ever since I come out, and it become the guess who, the mariposa, the butterfly is the key to unlock the reverse key program. By the way, my security becomes and changed to be the morning star, the Joburg star, the King Solomon. Yeah, you're right about supernatural power. It's actually changed the color and this and that,
Uh,
and that's why they said the future butterfly touch me not code because I'm untouchable. That is based on my document, by the way. I am not trying to say arrogantly in a way that no. I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart, deeply, genuinely. That yeah, they have the power to protect me, to be
mm.
not to be touched, like that. And they have more stuff there that I cannot really reveal it.
Dr.
But
Kia,
Yes,
you remember Princess telling you the touch me not code,
yes.
the code, okay? Remember also that is the title of the book of Dr. Jose Rizal, our national hero. No
Mm.
El
limi
Brevesturismo.
tangere,
Oh,
El
okay?
Brevesturismo,
It
yes.
means no limi tangere means touch me not.
touch me. Mm.
Yes, definitely.
Oh wow,
Because
that's my
our
greatest.
Jose Rizal also left something for us to understand what's gonna happen for us in the near future. That's why I
Mhm.
have also considered everything what Rizal had written,
Mm.
especially when I had this a series of visiting places in Europe where Jose Rizal went. And I
There's a
have to
monument.
discover things and that, this and that. Why did Rizal went into that place? So that's why everything was dissected up to the deepest root of our history.
Mm.
It's very, very
Yeah.
deep actually. Very, very bizarre that it is
Mm.
hard to understand. Even me, I was amazed when I discovered things up. But the reality is that. And I myself accepted that the truth really hurts. But what can we do? We have to accept it in
Mm.
order for us to move on.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes,
So
sir.
that
Yeah,
is why this is the time of acceptance. Because we
you
will
know,
be redeemed. We have to
yeah,
accept it.
Alfredo, and also I was also wondering before Dr. Kia that why is it that my great great grandfather Dr. Zerizal have 10 countries that actually kind of have his revolto ba, like that. How do you call that? Rebulto in English. What does that means? Monument, in other words, to 10 countries. And he knows about 10 languages at the same time. I can't do that to have a 10 languages, maybe only one perfectly, and then a little bit of one and another one. But having that, meaning he's done so much and he's very, very important in this whole thing that we are doing right now, right, Alfredo? And also, I find out too, Alfredo, that you told me that you
Princess,
actually follow
just
up
one moment.
Dr. Serizal. Yeah, you follow up his step.
Princess,
You follow him, yes.
just one moment. There's somebody in the comment section commented something like this. It was Joe Dorsey, 7. She has no paperwork for her claims that what she says sounds fishy. Oh,
Mm.
excuse that for a moment. Who
Yeah,
told you that we don't have the paperwork? We all have the evidences here.
I
It's
read
only we cannot show you those confidential things
yeah.
right.
That's why we
because
chop
it
chop.
is
That's why,
highly classified. You
and
get
we
that?
yeah, Alfredo, be nice, it's okay. In other words, we have to show you guys chop 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 because we cannot show the whole contract, the whole document. And by the way, I don't need to prove any document, people, please, okay? My
Mhm.
only document is my blood, my royal blood, and me as a person who will be the one to sit into that machine to whatever they're gonna authenticate me personally in material and physical. And also I have to pass to the spiritual because those are the most important things. But again, I will not gonna argue to any one garbage question that first of all you don't know anything about so much about the whole thing in history. Just stay back and relax and wait for the blessing to come. Now the question is, are you gonna be deserving to receive it because you give us a negative question?
Whoa.
I mean, think about it. I mean, you're already fighting back to the person who's going to try to help. Why are you going to be sending a negative question? If you want to learn so much, try to ask something specifically that you want to try to actually explore your knowledge to learn more things rather than being the question is to destroy somebody that's just going to try to help the humanity. It doesn't make no sense. So right there, I can tell you, I don't know if you can be qualified to receive the blessing because remember, Dr. Kia, that's
Yes.
why they have all of this monitoring, the QFS, including the med bed. They
Yes.
will scan you. They will know exactly what is in your heart and soul, whether you qualify to receive the funds or the blessing or the money, or you are deserving to lay on that bed to be able to cure all the problem you have in your body as well. So again, the question is, are you ready to accept it? Is your heart and your soul is pure now? Are you working on that right now to be kind and to be humble and to have to have a golden heart? And what is your intention in regard to all of these things? Are you going to do it for the right reason? Are you going to do it for good for humanity? Are you going to try to help or just be greedy by yourself? It's a
Mhm.
question. And of course, Dr. Kia, we cannot control those things because people are all different. Look at your finger. You look at your hand. The size of your finger is all different shape. That's exactly the people in front of you. They're whole different level of, personality, right? So again, what we have to do is we have to start improving and try to be a better person.
Absolutely.
And yeah, and those are the most important. Go ahead, Alfredo. You
And
want to
for
add
the
more?
record, before you ask a question, you should ask yourself first, on what perspective are you expecting the veracity of any document that you are asking for? You have also to defend your question.
Hmm.
Right.
Why did you ask? So
Mm,
do not ask a question which is somewhat like silly if you only know half of the story. Period.
Right.
and
Mhm.
there's a respectful way to ask questions.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, that's why they have questions. Then we just answer it faithfully and genuinely. To me, I don't have no problem responding to the question whether it's bad or good or crazy or kind of intimidating and whatnot. It's okay because we are here to know the truth. We are give you an education to learn and to understand what it was actually deceived from all of us globally. I mean, not only spiritually, Bible wise, calendar, everything you have to remember or history about this whole thing. You just have to be open minded and think about learning more and try to adjust and fill in the blank that you need to be concerned about. And rather than being negative, be positive, because if your mind is closed and you're negative, how are you going to learn more? I mean, think about it. I'm always open to a lot of options. That's why being strong and positive and ready to fight and never give up is the most important weapon that we can have in ourselves. And for the most part, being a genuinely from within, that we have a pure heart, to be humble and kind, and we can get every information, all the knowledge that we need to find out and fill into our brain and heart. Then because we're open, but if you are closed thing and then you're negative, how you gonna get everything that you want to know?
Mm,
Right there you already said no, I don't believe you. Then how do you know that we're not real? Think about it, right? So it's all again learning process. You guys are trying to learn so much, because even me, I was shocked of the calendar date, how
mm,
many months in a year, the Bible, and what happened to Titanic, and what's really happening way back then. Because I was only an heir and sole executor of my parents. I was born, I was their daughter. I mean, do I think that I will know all the history way back then on 1800, 19, or 1700 or 1500? Of course not. But remember, guys, when the time is come that I sit on my role, wherever I will be, then I will be given three important books.
mm.
The books for spiritual, number one. Number two will be the knowledge book. And the number three for youthful. Okay, guys, who wants to live here forever being looking young and healthy? Absolutely. You all want to be like that. There you go. We're going to have a book of that. What do you think about the med bed, Dr. Kia?
I'm excited.
Medbed was basically invented out of the not in our planet Earth, of course. If they do that here, you know who's going to destroy that right in second, right? But of course, our Creator planned that already from the beginning, because when this 1,000 year ahead of us will be starting, but it's supposed to be March 2025 is the beginning of the year one, right? For our 1,000 year, we need to lay down on that, because our age will go down to 30 to 50% down. So which means whatever, how old are you? And every 30 years, you're always going to go down again. You never get older after
Oh,
30 years. Yeah,
oh,
and those are really, really amazing. I can't wait for that, because remember, Dr. Kia, I want to be 33 forevermore. 33 years,
oh.
right?
Here's a very interesting statement. September 11th, former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. birthday also was 9/11. The attack happened.
Yeah.
And what is the connection of this? Because the gold was in the basement,
Okay, because on my conclusion only, you don't have to bear with me or believe me or be with my own prediction. But I think, okay, let me ask you a question, Dr. Kia. Why
maybe.
that event happened?
Okay.
Okay, the dark side do that, right? Why do you think the dark side want us to believe that they should have that kind of really bad memory about 9/11. It just so happened it's also his birthday, and it's also happened it's our Messiah, Lord Jesus Christ's birthday. Think
Right.
about it. They try to destroy that date because that date is very supposed to be a moment
Mm,
important and remembrance for the right thing or for the light one to remember. But remember again, maybe we have something great happening this month of September. And
mm.
maybe the September 11, by the way, that's under Gregorian. The real Julian September 11, guys, is by November 11. Am I correct, Alfredo?
Oh,
Right?
Yes, correct.
oh,
Okay, so remember again, guys,
okay,
September 11 is the Gregorian calendar, Dr. Kia. Now,
okay.
in the Julian calendar, according to the biblical, the real truth, the one that our Creator created from the beginning, is November 11. Oh,
11.
remember 11 is 11:11. What is the definition and meaning of that 1111? It's a very good meaning on that biblically.
It's the
Okay.
Alfredo, you
alpha
want to
or
fill into the
omega.
Alpha Omega, the beginning at the end?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You see, the number one is reserved for the alpha and the omega, and 11 is double of that. That's why it means I am the alpha and the omega. That's 11.
Mm,
So
mm.
remember that. So take note. That's why you said from the beginning, Dr. Kia, people who are actually listening to us, they can record it, they can take note, they can write it. And if those moments happen or those a topic that we talk about is really happen in this, then they can go back to their note. Oh, they're
So,
right about this.
by the
Oh,
way, Princess, by
yes.
the way, you remember you have read there in the copper plate. It's written there, the code Pichao, okay,
Yeah.
Mm.
which
PI.
literally means Philippine Island Jehovah Alpha Omega,
Yes.
because
Yes.
President Marcos itself is also spiritual.
Yes. For all those people who doesn't know about him. Yes.
Well,
And
I
he's
saw.
That
not
is why.
and wait, and not only that, wait, let me tell you something. He's
Okay.
not only a brilliant lawyer, he's not only a president, but
Okay.
he was really the administrator of all the global accounts globally, who's
Mm,
handling and working and taking care of all the finance globally, for the
mm.
record. Okay, that's exactly. And of course, I don't want to get into the deeper of that one because everybody believed that he died in this and then da 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 da. But again, we just have to wait for the right time to
See.
reveal everything that we need to know. Because remember, we also deceived to a lot of things that we need to know. But again, everything has happened to a lot of reason. Maybe they plan to do that and whatnot, and they do this and what. I have a lot of definition and what do you call this thing on what's really happening, but I don't want to share at this point because it's not the right time yet, and I don't want to be complicating things because I don't want to be an enemy to some people. I want to be a friend to all of you because even I know something, I don't want to disclose so much because
Yes.
it's not going to be good in my thing, in my own belief in that. So
You have to
but
use what.
again, there's so many things still, guys. So there's so many more information that it will going to reveal soon, and of course we will include that in our books and of course in the novel, and then they're gonna have a movie later. But everything that we all talk about today, and even the first part one, and more stuff to go later on the history and the secret and the revelation, and we are all deceived by a lot of things like Alfredo keeps saying over and over again, not only in one, two, three, four, five, so many. So again, at this point of time, I know that we are in a lot of hardships going on globally.
We are.
Our lives, our catastrophes, a lot of calamities happening about what's really going on the economy, and even King Charles mentioned about what is that again? Alfredo mentioned about what he said on the speech that all the government will all collapse, right? And then what, Alfredo? When King Charles said about all the government of all different countries will all collapse, but only one person will going to have a lot of trillions of money to be able to say that in his own in his
Mm.
right. How is that? What is that word again, Alfredo? In his
Say
in his
that
what?
again. I went to the
What?
bathroom. What was that?
Oh, hey, don't say that. Don't say that on the air. You just excuse yourself. Just
Yeah.
don't say that. Oh, I excuse myself. Okay, there. No, what?
No, never mind.
Okay, what King Charles was saying about all the government will going to be what?
Ah, you mean the statement he made over the mainstream media, right?
Yes.
Yeah. King Charles said that all the governments in the world are already bankrupt.
Mm.
However, there is one person at his, take note, the word no, given, his disposal,
Mm-hmm.
with trillions and trillions of dollars, who could inject to the global, to save the global economy. So that
Remember
is
what is?
why it explains now the code being the SON.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
his.
He
Yeah, it's a
used
son.
the noun his.
His. Yeah, his son. Yes.
So is that clear now for you, Dr. Kia?
Dr. Kia. You understand now?
But so his referring to
The sun, the code.
okay.
Son. But my code is son. SON. Remember, I'm
Right.
not supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be a daughter. I'm supposed to be a son. I'm supposed to be a
Correct.
male. Remember?
It's interesting to me the way a lot of people in elite circles, because I've met a couple of people, they will refer to them as the opposite sex, the opposite gender, and that's weird to me. I mean,
What
yours
do you
is
mean?
No, 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 no. Dr. Kia, maybe
yes.
you are referring to because they are from a different bloodline. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So to speak, their bloodlines came from the creation in Genesis 1,
Mm.
because the creation in Genesis 2 is different. This
Yes.
is where we came about, the creation in Genesis 2. And
Okay.
that is the concept there that is being misunderstood.
Hmm. Hmm.
That is why all of these things that have been revealed to us, we were already deceived. That is why we have this redemption thing.
Okay.
Because in the first place, if we were not deceived, we will not be having this redemption thing.
Okay.
The
Right.
redemption by grace, redemption by faith, and redemption by economic slavery.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, everything will be revealed when the proper time comes. So everybody will have to understand
Yes.
what happened. Why? Why
Hmm.
we went on with the bad times, the turmoil and everything. So everything will be revealed.
Hmm.
Because when we start that journey, everything will be in a state of peace of mind.
Yes. Thank you. Here's another question. I've seen a few of these questions directed to Princess Elizabeth. Do you know or have you heard of Empress Chakra Rarebird? It's a woman who lives in America that says she is the head matriarch of Turtle Island or of United States. Have you heard of her?
Empress Chaka, rare bird. No.
No.
Do you
Okay.
know him? Do you know her? It is a way. It is a lady Chaka, rare bird. The head of matriarchs of Turtle Island, USA. As far as I know, no.
No,
Maybe does he know me? I
I
don't know. I don't know him.
okay. Okay.
So what is the question if I met him and whatnot? And who
Uh,
is he?
are you meeting up with the head matriarch of Turtle Island?
You're
So
going to meeting up.
there,
I
there are
don't know.
there are people who kind of I've never met Empress Rare Bird, but I know there are people who say that um, Empress Rare Bird has a royal bloodline. But I've not interviewed Empress Rare Bird, so I don't know the story behind it. So these people that are asking the question must follow Empress Rare
Our,
Bird. They're wondering.
our show
They follow
must
our.
be follow
They follow.
our show in the part 1 and 2, yeah. And they're
Yeah.
asking that. And
Yes.
who are they? Are they a bloodline of who? From where?
I really don't know. I haven't
Mm,
delved into it. Answer is no.
One moment, Dr. Kia.
Yes, sir.
I I think it would be proper if we put it this way, okay?
Okay.
When the right time comes, there will be a king in the west
Mm,
and a king in the east. So
okay.
therefore, if you would speak with this as to the regards to this what do you call that? Empress?
Rare
What was that? I
empress,
didn't get it. Okay.
rare bird.
Uh-huh. So it could be if indeed that person has a royalty bloodline, she could be also directly in connection to the one who will be representing as the king of the West.
Yeah,
Oh,
because they have two: King of the West, King of the
Okay,
East.
you
So
get that? And
okay.
then likewise, there will be also a king in the East.
Mm,
that's why he was asking a question if I'm supposed to be meeting him, the person. So what you can do is you
mm,
can probably write down, you can probably put my email, and then
okay.
maybe he can email me or email you, and then you can go direct to me. So at least we have a person in between.
Okay.
Email you first, Dr. Kia, then you forward to me, then we can all communicate and what, because I want to make sure to give you a benefit of the doubt that you go through you first rather than go direct to me, because
Okay.
I don't know these people. And
Yes,
when
ma'am.
they go through you, they can explain what their intention, what
Mm,
they want to know, and if they want to ask me a question, or
mm,
are we supposed to be meeting, because the question is pretty much positive in a way that are you supposed to be meeting him with.
yeah.
Maybe if he is the right one, that whoever, maybe when the time is come, maybe I can be able to meet him in person. I mean,
Mm,
right?
yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. You have a lot of people here saying thank you. They appreciate your time. God
Yeah,
bless.
they have a question there that they talk about Trump. Yeah, Trump is basically, that's why the name is Trump, is the trumpet. How do you say that, Alfredo? Can you explain about being the trumpet? I know those nagpapaalingangong in Tagalog. They're the one who's gonna give that kind of, how do you
Ah,
say that?
yeah, basically because when we speak regarding to the Hebrew or the Jewish traditions, the trumpets would mean the announcement, the one that's
Yes.
giving off the message,
Mm,
okay, sending off the message. So everybody, everyone here right now, including you, Dr. Kia, we are just messengers to
yes.
let humanity know what it is there for us
Mm,
regarding about the promise.
mm,
And that is what the promise of 1,000 years of peace, abundance, and prosperity. But
yes, sir.
again, to quote, is it really 1,000 years or
Mm,
beyond?
yes.
Because of the fact that we were already enslaved for how many years? Let's say around 7,000 years.
Thousands. Yes.
And
Wow.
then we will just enjoy 1,000 years. Well, I think not,
Mm.
because the fact is they were the ones, the enemy is the one that manipulated our history,
Okay,
the
Mm-hmm.
Bible itself.
to clear to that issue and the deceiving. Do you know that we have almost around 9,000 invention that it should be out a long, long time. But
Yeah.
who do you think they hide those against us? I mean, from us or deceive us, because we should be having our car already flying on the air. I mean, those kind of very high, incredibly, invention, but it was hidden to us for the past how many years, and it's around 9,000. And you know who hide those things? Dr. Kia. We don't have to talk about that, because I don't want to be the center of the star, the pointing view here. I don't want to talk about other agency or group or people or a specific one, because
Yes.
I don't want to be the target. I want to be neutral. That what we have to do, we have to all wait for the right time, and it's coming soon, for this huge transfer of wealth in the history of global planet Earth. This is the only, the first, and the maybe the first and the last, right? to be able to have this big, huge transfer. And everything that you actually hear and read, some of those are really true. And remember, just trust the plan. Trust God. Trust the plan. That's true.
Mm.
Trust the plan. Remember, even Alfredo, even Trump keeps saying that, trust the plan and trust our creator, our God creator to all of this, because he was the one really working to all of this. And besides, how can we defeated the dark side? Because of our creator. He helped us. All those invisible that you can even see them and feel them, but they're all helping us to make this all happen and work. And of course, this is the year till February the 2024 years, 50 years jubilee, the year for redemption. Do you
And
have more question there? Oh, there
yes.
you go.
Um, Hello, Winning is Life. She says, "Hi, Dr. Kia Prua, Grand Rising to you, Grand Rising. Can you please ask them during the redemption, are we going to be able to exchange our Iraqi dinar and Venezuelan, no, not Vietnamese dong, IQD and VND?
Okay, answer that, ano, Alfredo, for all of those redemption thing.
Say that again, Dr. Kia.
During the redemption, are we going to be able to exchange our foreign currencies, such as the Iraqi dinar and Vietnamese dong?"
Well, of course, they could exchange that.
Okay.
Well, assuming again, Dr. Kia, whether if their asset or that IQD or BNN is authenticated, which means it's real. Because sometimes, what if they are holding the one that is fake or
Mhm.
duplication or not real? Because the only people who's gonna check that out is the authentication officer to make sure that it's genuine, and
Mhm.
it's all with price or worthless. It depends. Again, winning is life. Okay, that's his name. That's her name.
Yes, Winning is Life. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
Uh,
that it depends on the authentication officer whether it's the real one and what. And of course, all of this exchange when it comes to redemption, they will be all given some sort of like notification and such. And they have to call the number, and they have to set an appointment, and they have to go to the redemption center that's close to them as well, comfortable to them to be able to go there and have their appointment maybe one or twice. And they talk about that with the NDA and whatever that is something to do with the redemption that they're claiming on their asset that they have it on their hand. That's all I can say. And I guess it's beyond my thing. Yeah.
yes. Thank you for
Yeah,
answering.
yeah, because Dr. Kia,
Yes.
as to regards to the redemption process, the role of princess is different. Okay,
Okay.
it is not for her to discuss all those things.
Okay.
Her role is different. Okay, there
Okay.
are designated entity for that, and they
Yeah. The
should
end.
be the one to know because they were the ones who are all holding their assets. They should know
Yeah.
where to exchange, what number to call, what are the instructions given to them.
Yes.
They
Mm.
should know that
And what to bring and
what
identity
to
and
bring and
whatnot.
so on and so forth because
What to
there are also
present.
some helpful tips going around, but just
Mm.
also be cautious enough because there are also plenty of people scamming people around when we
Mhm.
speak of
Yeah.
QFS,
The
when we speak of redemption.
Dr. Kia, I saw some question there. It's a long one. Can you
This
put back? Yeah,
uh
that's the one. The sign of the ring of King Solomon signify that Madame Princess is the descendant of those persons who are signed on the ring, like Star of David. Sign David is Israelite. Joberek Al written there. It means Madame Princess is the descendant of the Hoserical meaning of David and Hoserical are. What do you call it?
Israelites.
Yes. Oh, that's not a question. He's trying to amplify it and say something about it. Okay. He's
Okay.
not questioning. Yeah.
It's
He
not
was
a question,
explaining.
it's a
Yeah.
statement,
It's a
supporting
statement,
statement.
and
I
yeah,
support it.
which means the last bearer of the ring, Madame Princess or Madame QPE is also Israelity. Israelity there. Yeah, because the Israel flag is in from within from me. That's what they planted in me. That's
Mm.
why I tell you guys I don't need any document to present. I am the document from head to toe. So I thought that am I supposed to be a Wonder Woman here or like the Superman the movie? This
Let's see if
any
there.
more? Do you have more question there? Or?
Well, let's see if there are any more questions. I see a lot of statements, a lot of love. People saying that they love you both and thank you for your time.
Well,
Um,
thank you. My pleasure.
let's see. Somebody says Queen of Sheba is right there interviewing you. That's sweet. Thank you. Uh, let me see. Oh, let's see. Oh, okay, they're talking about something else. I like that they're answering each other's questions, helping and encouraging each other.
What about you, Dr. Kia? Do you have any questions so far?
Questions so far. We've spoken so much offline, and
And
then
what about the people who ask you a question that you have to ask me or us?
yes, a lot of the questions were centered around the RV revaluation of currency. Like, is it real? What is the process? And when is going to happen? Or like, if she's going to pull a trigger, can she pull it already? you know, it's
Oh,
all.
you know what, Dr. Kia, when I do that, like what I promised Wolverine, I will
Yeah.
definitely gonna call him, you, and of course Peter Walker and Brownies, and of course, so at least everybody will kind of thank you, Samuel. Samuel for president. What country are you becoming president, Samuel? She was saying Samuel for president. Of
That's
what country are you? Thank you so much for your love
awesome.
and gratitude. Yes.
Somebody says the reverse key program is going to reverse all the bad dates into better days.
Exactly, Granton. You're
Exactly.
absolutely right about that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's exactly
Dr.
what I'm
P.
trying to explain. And this will be great. If you have a lot of debt, your debt will be all forgiven. It's all
Yeah.
pardon. Oh, I will be moving to the Philippines as soon as I receive my blessing. I will truly love to work with you, Princess Elizabeth and Alfredo, as God love. Thank you, John Botakis. Yeah, with our pleasure. We would like to work for
A-
people that they have a very good heart, humble with humility and kind, and of course would love and make a difference and help the humanity as well.
And
Amen.
Dr. Kia, again, to quote again, when we do the redemption thing, we will be moving or ascending from the state of our old earth into the new earth.
Wow.
That is why. That was what everybody was talking about when we will be moving from the old earth to the new earth.
Mm,
It refers to our ascension,
mm,
being the new species, the new breed.
mm.
Okay?
Mm.
If
They have a
Brian was
question
only
there.
if Brian was only here, he could expound that.
Oh, they have a question before Granton because they have one question about that bird. Can you put it back?
Yes,
Because she
that's
was saying thing about 600 acres. I want
yeah.
to know about that. Yeah. Can you put back on that?
What about
They
Okay, Empress Railbird, Alfredo. Empress Railbird has an alluvial title to 600 million acres of land here in the state. She was claiming she is one of the indigenous and is kind of like Elizabeth, just speak a different way. She is Rod Hayes' mother.
yeah, I know
She is
Rod.
Rod Hayes' mother. I don't know who is that.
Yeah, I know Rod Hayes. I'll have to talk to him. I don't know if that's her. I don't think that's her. I've not heard that that's her biological son.
Okay, she was talking about Empress Railbird was
Yes.
the daughter of Rod Hayes' mother, and according to this, that this person, she is Empress, is
She.
also talking like me, and she has about 600 million acres of land here in the state. Because I know the 01-4 it belong to that from the Philippines, Guam, Hawaii, and California in the U.S. So he was talking about 600 million acres.
And
I
she.
cannot answer to that, but maybe when the time is come that because according to my letter of instruction, Alfredo, He was talking about
Uh,
the 600 million
Princess,
acres in the US.
Princess, that is can be justifiable when it comes to the division of kingdoms.
Yeah, the
We are
spiritual
not we
mother
are not
plan.
in the position to discuss that because that comes right after redemption. We do not know
Yes,
yet
yeah.
how
No.
that's gonna be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we all have to wait for the redemption because that
So we have to wait
specifically we'll
because
talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
you know the thing that you and the other two persons which are also significant in this whole redemption thing, you will still meet. You see, you
Yeah.
remember I was talking about Crispin and Basilio.
Yeah.
So they were the ones also that will be working hand in hand with you to have this global change.
Correct. Yes.
And when they
And
talk
that
about, go ahead, sorry.
and that Dr. Kia, wait a minute. And
Yes.
that also represents in the biblical aspect as the representation of the bloodline from Peleg and Joktan.
Okay.
So that's it.
Hmm.
Anyway, everything will be explained. So don't worry,
Mm-hmm.
people. Don't worry about this. Everything will be explained in details to you when the right time comes.
Mm-hmm.
All you need to do is sit back and relax, and you will understand everything.
Amen.
I think Dr.
We're just
Kia.
giving you a sort of preliminary information, so that when the right time comes, you will not be cultured shock
Yeah.
to what will be happening.
You have some idea. Okay, there you go. Rose Adam, thank you for your time and sharing this amazing information for humanity. Sending love. My pleasure, Rose. Thank you so much too.
There was a thank you, Rose. There was another question here. I was looking for it about the Zim. Here we go. Do you know anything about Zimbabwe bonds? Samuel for president wants to know.
Okay, you want to
The
answer
same
that,
bonds,
Alfredo?
Yes, the Zim
Yes.
bonds.
yeah,
That's
those are
actually in
bonds that
South
are also
Africa.
part of the bonds that will
BRICS.
be redeemed. And the Zimbabwe bonds will be funded likewise from the heritage account number 2.
Mm.
Yeah, and the Zimbabwe bonds was the first one, and then the Iraqi dinar to be able to do first for their exchange of their
Because there
currency.
were plenty of bonds actually that it's gonna be redeemed. Not only the Zimbabwe bonds, there are plenty,
Mm.
thousands.
But wait, Alfredo,
But
remember the Zimbabwe's came from South Africa. Remember, they have a
yeah,
big part of all of this thing.
and
Explain
that
that.
and that speaks of the bloodline of Peleg.
Mm.
Yeah, Basil. Is that
Because
where Basilio
this is
coming?
Dr. Kia, this is really very deep. If you have to understand this, that's why we are only giving a sort of information that
Preliminary
in a
information.
level that you will understand it, because this is very deep. But anyway, somehow when the right time comes, you will understand it in a manner that we have already given you previously a sort of background. That's
Yes.
why it will be easy for you to understand the things when the right time comes.
Mm.
Absolutely. But yes, yes, we know about Zimbabwe bonds to Samuel because that will be the first currency, and the Iraqi will be starting with the whole thing to be able to exchange their currency. I'm sure that they have some kind of big deal about it. Why they are the first one and the Iraqi? Why? Because I think the reason is that, like what Alfredo was saying about the bloodline was actually from South Africa. They have one that they're waiting is a man coming from that. And of course, I think that country really need a lot of big help in a way globally, right? I
Mhm.
mean, think
Yes.
about it. So they have to be able to redeem their bonds or their currency so that the country will be able to gone up.
Mhm.
Remember? So,
You mentioned South Africa. Francie wants to know, since she graduated from South Africa, she or he, where do we South Africans fit in the plan?
oh, Francie Rotman, huh? The question is graduated from South Africa. Where do we fit in the plan? Well, first of all, if you are one of the citizens of that South Africa, definitely everyone will going to have benefiting for all of this thing that's going to be coming to your country. And like what I said, what I can just say, just wait for the right time, because I know that you are actually on the top to be able to be handling and taking care of your country. That's all I can say. I mean, I can say more than or less than, because when you're to the top, meaning you have your country have the priority first in a way to be able to taking care of for all of this for humanity's sake as well. Is that an answer to the question? And of course,
Oh,
we will use
Princess,
your wait. You will they will use your professional thing, whatever you have, in order for you to fit on the plan. Maybe if they need a bunch of people that you guys are all chosen with a good intention. By the way, remember now you are on the light side. Then you will be a part of the journey, whatever that they have planned for your country. Go ahead, Alfredo. What you're saying, Alfredo? You're saying
uh,
something.
yeah, I just want to add to that the answer to the question because the question also is biblical when it comes to the answer. Remember, uh, there was also a statement given that I will gather my flock from the four corners of the earth
Mm-hmm.
and bring them back to their land in order for them to be what do you call this, productive and prosperous. That's the whole concept is what you call exodus. Okay, the
Yep.
homecoming. Okay,
Yeah,
the
I was.
homecoming, and one of the one of the key instrument that the reverse key program will be implementing is exodus, the homecoming, and that not only refers to the Filipino people, but in general to the whole entire world.
Okay.
It's
To,
homecoming,
okay.
exodus.
To fill in that, Dr. Kia, I
Yes.
would like to let you know that before I come out to this interview way back then in 2018, October, November,
Mhm.
before I even put that QPEC of 999, Wealth of the Nation Inc., I was actually creating a group or a name to be like an Exodus. I didn't know why I'm doing this. So I gone to the all of the overseas Filipino workers, OFW, who was actually working globally. And I put all those together and I just come up that I have to put a name of PECOG, which means that Princess Elizabeth Chosen One Global. And then we're trying to get a license in our security here in the Philippines, Securities Exchange, right? To get a permit or license number or what. And then they don't want to approve it. And then, okay, let's put Queen. So when I put Queen Pack of 999, in 2 hours we got it approved. So we sent the payment through email and whatever. Then boom, there you go. We got the license. So we have to put the name Queen Pack of 999 Wealth of the Nation. If it is only Pack of 999, it doesn't appear. It's like no, they don't want to approve it. So when we put Queen, I said, oh my God. And
Mhm.
then I just find out through spiritual standpoint that whether you guys believe it or not, that according to the record up there, whatever they are in spiritual standpoint, that the Quid Pack of 999, Wealth of the Nation, is already been printed there somewhere. And
Mhm.
I do know that it will going to be known globally, not only in the Philippines, but globally, the Queen Pack of 999. These are the meaning of this group, by the way, Dr. Kia,
Mhm.
to answer in addition to what Alfredo was saying, that I was like Exodus, because the name before
Uh,
was Exodus,
okay,
and then I changed it. Yeah,
Princess,
yeah.
the one that we refer to as exodus is written in Jeremiah 23 verse 3 and 4. It's written there.
Oh,
I
really? So,
myself will gather the remnant of my flock
Yeah.
mhm.
out of the countries where I have driven them and will bring them back to their pasture, where they will be fruitful and increase in number.
Okay, now wait. Okay, hold it. Okay, Dr. Kia, the QPEC of 999 Wealth of the Nation mission and vision is to send back all my OFW workers, Filipinos, to come home to our country, to be able to nourish them, be with their family, and enjoy their life, not to be slavery from another country. I will give them all the full support from housing, from business, money, and whatnot, because I have to take care of all my children, of all my people, my countrymen in my country. That was the really, that's exactly the mission and vision of QPECOG 999, to be able to be out of slavery and poverty, to give them good life, and they all dream is to have house and lot which they never had. So we will be able to provide that to them, all of them. And of course, if they're senior, they will have a good, living money every month to receive medical thing, housing and whatnot, all of those things. And I don't know why I have that from the beginning. The name is actually Exodus, and I was actually been. I don't know, forced to change that. Why don't I put my name? Princess, Elizabeth, chosen one global, because like chosen one, and then we put the queen, so now it was actually Queen
Yeah.
Pecog 999 Wealth of the Nation Inc. And the purpose of that and mission, to bring back all the OFW, my countrymen Filipinos, to come home to
Oh,
our country, so that they will all be taken care of,
Mm,
spiritually, materially, and financially as well. So that
excellent.
is the mission and vision, yes. So it just go back to the Exodus on the Bible. I didn't know, because remember again, Dr. Kia, I'm not a religious person.
Yes.
I'm not a
and
politics person, for one, because I never even vote. And lastly but not the least, I don't believe in any kind of that kind of all of that. I only believe in our Creator, and what really was actually sent to me and message to me, that given an authority and power for all of this wealth of the nation, when the time is come, that to distribute for the right reason and purpose. And how is that? To give to the right country, who will going to have a peace and order, and to the administration leader, who will going to do the job right for the people, not for themselves, right? And
Right.
then of course the people has to be able to all be repeatedly reversed, to be a better person, a good citizen, asset, to be an asset, to be a solution to the problem,
Hmm.
meaning
eh,
we are cleaning the planet. Go ahead, Alfredo.
Absolutely.
and Dr. Kia, before we end and before I forget, the Exodus doesn't only refer to the general Filipino OFW. It
Mm.
refers to all the remnants. Okay? When we
Okay.
speak of the remnants, it is the remnants, the seed of the woman.
Mm.
The Exodus refers to the seed of the woman.
Mm.
Okay?
Okay.
That's what the whole thing is all about. So
Mm.
the Exodus, the redemption thing, ties up to that scenario. That is why when we are speaking here on your show, on your program, all of those information that we are revealing to you are already triangulated
Yes.
in the biblical aspect and the geopolitical aspect and in the aspect of history.
Okay.
Because by the right time comes, we want to show everyone else that we have been giving you information that is essential for you to understand what was in there for us, what was the promise is all about.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You get that, Dr. Kia? Oh,
Okay, we lost Dr.
Yeah, you
Are
did.
you
yeah,
there?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Oh
you
my
know
that's
what?
it.
goodness.
I also gone. I also left. I can't believe automatically I was out. So I
Yes.
have to go back. Okay, there you go. 999 is the reverse of the 666. Okay, answer that, Alfredo. It's the 999 is the reverse of the 666 now. Hugh Pekog 999, it means Queen Princess Elizabeth Chosen One Global. Yes.
Ah.
She
Okay,
has
one moment.
silver hair.
One moment. Remember, most of the people, when we say about the 666 number, they would speak of it as the evil. number, right, Dr. Kia?
Yeah, yeah, the
Yes.
bad one, yeah, the dark
Okay.
one.
Now, to correlate with that, 666, remember, Lucifer is the sixth angel.
Mm.
And Lucifer was present during creation. That
Thank
is why the number 666 is still an angel number
you. Yeah.
because Lucifer is the angel
Mm.
and he has that number only because of his envious desire to be like the creator. He corrupted everything in the creation period.
Mm.
That's why corruption starts even during the time of creation.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Remember, and don't forget
Mm.
when the creator is making a statement, let us make man in our own image and likeness. Let us, he has a company,
Mm.
angels around him.
Mm.
Therefore, one of the angels there is Lucifer.
Mm. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Another thing, I have a question that's my own question. I think some of the people in the chat that are asking about Empress Rarebird and about the indigenous people, their question may be kind of tied to mine, and then I'll get to the birth certificate bonds family. I want to know this. It's a burning. I'm not really that. It is a burning question in my mind. I think some of the other people here. A lot of people in the chat are people who look like me. They're so-called African Americans, and we have an understanding and knowledge that most of us did not come here from slave ships, but that we are the autogenous or original people from America, and we want to know when is it going to be made known the truth about who we are, and is anybody ever going to speak up for us, because you hear about the Native Americans, which they're not us. You hear about the natives of the Philippines, the original people,
Yes, correct.
but nobody talks
Precisely.
about us, the autogenous people that sprung from the earth here in the Americas.
Correct, Dr. Kia.
May,
Anyway, when the right time comes, you will know also because the Exodus included everyone else to be coming back to their own native land.
Mm.
So that is why it is already scrambled.
Mm.
And to think you are also one of the tribes of Israel.
Mhm.
ooh,
And
wow.
to summarize everything, it resonates now that in the when we speak of the bloodline, we are just brothers and sisters.
Mm. Yes.
Am
Wait,
I
wait,
correct?
Alfredo, Alfredo, why do you think that Zimbabwe was the first currency that they're gonna try to redeem? It's
Mm.
all about South African people, remember? Yeah, those are the first thing that they're gonna do, the Zimbabwe, and then follow the Iraqi dinar. And I was asking myself a question: why Zimbabwe? And you heard all of this in one. Oh, by the way, I have a lot of friends, Black American. They all love and adore me, Dr. Kia.
I know.
Especially when I was working on insurance, I
Yes.
was collecting money there. To those
I will send Dr. Kia.
South
I will send
Central.
something to you for you to understand the
Okay.
question, the answer
Yeah,
to
I
your
just
question.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to tell them my experience with the black people. They all love and adore me, by the way. I was collecting money, $10 to each families for their insurance financial. I was the top sale for this insurance company. Just a little bit of like my experience during those time, on the 90s that I was here and it's already been too late, like till 10, 11 o'clock. And those black people, they're all protecting me. I said, oh, Elizabeth's already coming, guys, watch out. So they know that I'm taking care of their financial. And
Yes.
I was wearing a diamond though. And then even my husband told me, my ex, why are you wearing your diamond? You are going to dart and collecting money. Hey, I know I will be protected because they're all protecting me. Because
That's
they knew that they can't hurt me. They cannot hurt me because I'm taking care of their financial. So the
yeah.
bottom line is when you're doing something good seed to people, that you will get back a good seed back. I
That's
mean,
what.
think about it. I can deal with those, and I'm not even scared. I mean, they have so many gangsters there, but and hey, hi, guys. And sometimes I brought them food, and and they all respect and love me because they see something that, hey, she's a nice lady, very kind, and she's helping our family. She's collecting $10 every month. Imagine, every month. Because I was working as a debit agent, collecting monthly for them to protect their money,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
as an insurance, so their coverage will be there to sit there, to be there when something happened to the parent, then the family can receive something. So
Yeah.
I was there. So an experience. I have a very good relation with black people. No one we're gonna say they hated me.
Yeah.
Maybe some other color, white people or whatever, will be hating me, but in terms of the black people, they never hate Filipinos. They all love us.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes. I don't know why, but
I'm glad.
maybe they have a connection there to bloodline. Maybe. Why not? I mean, come
So
on.
somebody did ask in the comment section. Somebody was asking
And
like
I love it.
about your bloodline. It was like, who in her family is melanated? Who in her family comes from, a dark or indigenous tribe? But I didn't ask that question. I didn't want to spend too much time on race. But I did want to ask you, and I know Alfredo does a lot of historical research about the bloodline of the people, the original people here, and why they lied to us. Like they lied for a long time saying that we all came from African slave ships, and yet there are no slave ships. There are no slave ships. There are pictures of them, and the stories just don't line up with what your great grandparents told you.
Mm-hmm.
Our great grand. So it's like, no, I don't believe.
Dr. Kia,
Yes, sir.
wait, have you heard the statement of President Mugabe? I
No,
saw that video of him
and somebody.
saying in a in a speech, he was saying that once upon a time, long, long ago, we were all once slaves.
Hmm.
He was
Hmm.
speaking that. I forgot the video. I will try to find that video for you. I will send it to you once I find it.
Thank
But
you.
he was speaking with that. And as to regards to the historical background, you could also see that the history of those famous structure in US, especially Wall Street, the the famous the schools, the old schools.
Yes.
You could see that for yourself. They were built by the black Hebrew, black Africans, and the bloodshed during that time who
Mm.
can be considered that they were enslaved.
Mm.
So
Or
that's the story there.
enslaved or prisoners of war. I
Yeah,
But
correct,
but you
prisoners.
know what?
correct.
Thanks to Abraham Lincoln, because I was even reading that when I was in the US, that Abraham Lincoln is the one president who actually joined the black and the white against that in the US, to be friend, to be all equal, because I still don't believe that black should be just slave and whatnot. It's like Filipino. They think that Filipino are only slavery, like made, like that overseas, that we're stupid, we're dumb, we can even speak English, that we are this, we're that. And when you look at in the Middle East and Asia country, they feel that all Filipino are made. But then in America, being known as Filipino, as nurse, they all compliment us. But again, in reality, they all think that we are all like stupid or dumb. I
Oh,
mean, think about it. And then we don't even treat people like that. I don't treat people like that. To be honest, to me, all of us are all equal in the eyes of our Creator. That's
beautiful.
why when I heard about the black between the white and the black in the U.S., guys, I cried because why they gonna say that the white does the only have the right to be this and the black will be slave and treated like a real maid? They kill and hurt them. And then I heard Abraham Lincoln was the one who joined those, and to have peace, that it has to be, in other words, he's the one who actually give some sort of like freedom to all the black, not to be treated like that. I don't know why I'm crying about black people. Maybe I
Oh,
have a bloodline with them in South Africa or what. I don't know.
mhm.
I don't know, because I love all of those African black people in the US. I respect them because they love me and they protect me. I don't know.
That's so beautiful.
That's
And,
why when I heard about that, with Abraham Lincoln, thanks to him,
mhm,
the African black people in the US have the opportunity to be able to live a normal life, like not to be treated like this and that. They will be like equal, like what white people are doing, right?
mhm.
And of course, not everybody's perfect. They have bad in black, they have bad in white.
Uh,
But knowing that, why do they have to be treated like that? Or Filipino are also treated like that, like a maid, OFW in different countries.
mhm,
I mean, it's not
mhm.
fair. It's not
Yeah.
really fair. And I don't really believe that, we have to be treated and be nasty to us, knowing that we never even do anything wrong to them. Just
Mhm.
because our color, they're gonna be treated us like that. It's not fair.
Not fair.
I don't
And,
know. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know why I got emotional with the black people American, that when I found out about that back in the US, that I don't really agree with that. And
yeah.
to be honest, I just want to know that all the black people, American, when I was in abroad and what, and even here even in some Asia, I
Mhm,
always admire them and respect them because they're very, very nice and polite to you. Of
mhm,
course, the only time they're gonna be angry with you when you kind of call them names. Of course, who won? Who
mhm.
will not gonna even be burdened for that? But again, we're all people. We're all human beings. We're all the same. We're all equal, right? I
All
mean, regardless.
You're absolutely right, Princess, and you're such a genuinely loving soul and light being. You and Brother Alfredo. There are the principles of what do they call those principles? Universal principles, and one of them is the principle of one. That we
Mm-hmm.
all are one. We all come from Source, and the Source is
Yes.
Correct.
within. You know,
Absolutely.
yes,
You know what? I'm gonna ask you a question. I don't
No
know how.
argument with that.
Wait, Dr. Kia, I
yeah,
don't know. I don't know what happened to me at this point. At this point, like in a minute ago, why
yeah.
did I get emotional when we start talking about the Black American people against white people in the U.S. And why is it that, thanks God, we have Abraham Lincoln who actually possessed to be able to taking care of that between the black and the white. And I got emotional. I
No,
feel I'm crying now. I don't know why.
Princess.
Maybe something is giving me some kind of sign that I really have to protect black people. I have to protect the American. I mean, the African American in South Africa or in any part of the world. Not only Filipinos or other country. Maybe, Alfredo, you're right. Where our bloodline, maybe that, because Alfredo was telling me that the other person that I'm waiting is actually coming from South African. I mean, who knows who is he?
Wow.
That I will be able to be together, to work with me together with harmony for this
God
global,
bless you,
for
Princess.
humanity's sake. Yes.
God
And
bless.
I don't know, it just come to me. Me, Alfredo, I don't really cry like this when we're talking, right? But now I was so emotional. It's like, I don't know.
Because
Maybe I was missing a big part of my body or my soul or my life, that I'm waiting for that person. I don't know. Who knows? Alfredo, you never heard me crying like this, right?
mm, Alfredo.
I don't know. Get
Oh,
emotional. I hope.
oh, sorry for that. It's because, when things are really getting into that, because it is the DNA, okay? It is the DNA that is shouting here. Our DNA
Mm,
is screaming because it is somewhat interconnected because of that DNA. Why? Just get back into the table of nations after the flood.
mm,
And you will see, Dr. Kia, Peleg and Joktan are brothers, right?
yes.
Okay? So
Okay.
Peleg is the one who went. Supposedly, Peleg is the one that will be occupying Israel.
Mm,
But Peleg was driven out from Israel. That's why
mm,
Peleg went into the land of Cush.
Okay.
And what is Kush? That is Africa now.
Okay.
And I'm waiting for him,
So
right?
now you will understand if
Mm.
Peleg and Joktan are brothers because Joktan went on the other side, opposite of where Peleg went. Joktan means, the meaning of Joktan means small people, small dark skinned people with kinky hair. That is referring to our native aborigines, the Atas, and the like.
Mm.
So these are small people. They are also somewhat like the counterpart of the black Negro, only small.
Wow. They're in the Philippines.
Yes, that's our native ancestors.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and
Okay.
that is why when take note, when this Australian scientist in his study noted that the DNA of the Denisovan hominin, he was referring to the native people of the Philippines, can
Mm.
be traced back to
Mm.
the first human civilization.
Wow.
That is why I already have a proof when I say scientifically that the Garden of Eden is located in the Philippines.
Mm.
And to note and quote,
Mm.
Peleg and Joktan are now really scientifically brothers.
Wow. Oh, I just got chills when you said that. Wow. Wow.
Okay? Anyway, everything will be explained and expounded
Well,
when the right
Alfredo, I
time
have a
comes.
question.
Woo.
Alfredo, why is it
Okay,
that I
okay.
got emotional when we talk about the African American and from about the
Oh,
Zimbabwe
it's
in
very
South
simple.
Africa? And wait,
It's
and
very
you
simple.
told me, and you told me that I was actually waiting for this other person. But is it Basile or Crispin? Crispin or
Crispin.
Basile? Crispin. I was waiting for Crispin, and Crispin is basically coming from South Africa.
Oh,
No, no,
So
okay.
no.
now I got oh
Crispin, correction. Crispin will be coming from the African continent. I do not
African
know
continent or
which part. Okay,
okay. And I got emotional because maybe I was waiting for him to be a part of my journey too as well. Because I'm waiting for
precisely,
two of them. One is already here in Asia and I'm waiting for that person to come. Then I will be able to start. Also, remember that,
precisely.
right?
Because
And now we were talking about it and
the
I got emotional. Oh my goodness. What does
because
that mean?
Dr. Kia, the
Yes.
person that Princess is referring to, which I was referring as Crispin, will be represented as Crispin, as what Rizal wrote in his book cryptically.
Mm.
Crispin, which is the representing as the one in the person of Peleg. Okay? He is
Okay.
the one that will represent the whole generation of Peleg in this redemption thing. He will
Wow.
represent the entire clan, the whole entire bloodline of Peleg. That's
Mm.
why the Exodus itself not only refers to the bloodline of Joktan, but also in the bloodline of Peleg.
Mm.
Wow. This amazing revelation.
It was only critically written by Dr. Jose Rizal. So there are three persons representing there. It's Sisa, Crispin, and Basilio. But it is also the same as Princess being the Redeemer, Peleg, and Joktan
Mm.
in the biblical aspect. That is why spiritually you could also refer that as the physical, material, and spiritual.
Mm.
Spiritual in the sense, Princess will represent the bloodline of the Holy Grail. Physical and material, Peleg and Joktan.
Oh, wow.
You get the scenario now. You get the point.
Mm. Yes.
It's really very deep.
Mm. This is just so beautiful. This all the
Yes.
revelations that are coming out. right now. Thank
That's why it was very hard for us also to explain things out in a manner that most people would understand it, because it we know the fact that it is really really very deep, and because of our different cultures,
you.
there is a gap there. How we gonna cross that barrier? But we also know the fact when the right time comes, everything will be shown for them to understand everything. That's why what we are doing right now is we are just messengers. We are
Yes.
giving off the message for them to prepare humanity for what's gonna happen. That's it.
Mm. You know how we were, thank you, how we're saying we're all one. We all came from source. And to your point about slavery, we were all enslaved. Every last nation where we were enslaved at some point, whether
Right. Mm-hmm.
physical slavery or financial slavery. So going to slavery, a lot of us have come to know that we've been enslaved through our birth certificate bonds. You know,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
can anybody expound on, I don't know if we have time to expound on how we were enslaved, but will we be able to redeem those birth certificate bonds since they all enslaved us? Alfredo, can you speak to that?
So that's why they have the redemption thing. We're going to redeem all that back, I'm suppose.
Okay.
Alfredo, you want to answer that? This is
Prince.
probably a part of the redemption, though, what you're talking about. Did you hear the question, Alfredo? Her question is that are we going to redeem back all those slavery thing that it was taken away from the American, especially the because I do one thing that I do understand on birth certificate, when you guys are born and have your birth certificate, you
That's
as a
the idea,
person,
princess.
wait,
That's the idea of the reverse key program, reversing
yes,
everything, the
mm,
whole thing. That's it.
yes, yes. That's answer your question,
Okay.
Dr. Kia. Yes.
So when we were born, they, our mom signed this, and I did it too for my children. We signed the birth certificate, and then I guess the hospital took it somewhere and created a bond and circulated it on the New
Yes,
York Stock
correct.
Exchange, right?
That's
And
Okay.
correct,
Did you,
Dr. Pia. That
okay,
because that idea of regarding about the birth certificate as being used by as a bonds,
that become an
that
asset of the
is
country. That become
interconnected directly to the global collateral accounts. So
correct. That's right.
every person's birth certificate is being made as a
It's
collateral.
it's like you're already
That's
being a
why
pawn.
the idea of the global collateral accounts is
They
tied
pawn
up
you.
to
Yeah.
the birth certificate.
So in other words, they pawn your name already. Your birth certificate is being a paper certificate to be pawned so that the government will collect money out of you. So you didn't even know that you already owe a lot of money to the government, but they're using the money behind your back. Something like that, right? Does that make sense? Because they use you a collateral as an asset to the whole thing.
yeah. And every time we get a mortgage or use credit cards or get a car loan or whatever, they actually take it out of those accounts, out of it. We have a trust. This birth certificate was created into a bond, circulated on the New York Stock Exchange, and I believe, if I get it correctly, a trust was created using that bond. And every time we get a bank loan or get any type of loan or pay a bill, they steal the money from the or take the money from the trust and pay themselves, and then make us pay them again ourselves with interest on top of it.
That's what exactly the answer to that is the reverse key program and the
Mhm.
redemption. And then if you look at the Nezara thing, that they were going to give it back to you what they steal out of you and charge you that they shouldn't charge you on that matter, including the interest and everything like that. They will pardon you. Remember, that's what even Trump was keep saying that about the
Mm,
Nezara, that they will give it back to everything that it was stolen out of you and take it away from you with
mm,
maybe with interest. So this actually answer your question.
mm. So
And
we
we have to wait for the redemption. Remember the
okay.
redemption time? Yes, to reverse the key program.
Mm.
This
This
is
is
getting deeper, guys. So this is getting deeper.
this is
hopefully we'll not gonna create a lot of enemies here because they're gonna contradict. But you know what? The answer there is It doesn't really matter what is the contradiction or issue or question. The answer here is that wait for the time come, because it will be soon, and then it will explain itself. What's really this is whole redemption, the reverse key, and
Yes.
me coming out to be able to be servant of you. Remember, I
Yes.
am your servant and a
Thank
servant of our Creator to serve the humanity, and I have some sort of like role to do, and they used me as an instrument. You, Dr. Kia, also instrument. You, Alfredo, and the rest of us have our own role to do to
you.
make a difference for humanity's sake. Not only me, we are all have to be working together here as one, including religion. We're only going to have a house prayer, huge one that everybody all are welcome to go in. They have about maybe 7 or 9 doors for you to go there, and you pray for yourself direct to him. No one is in between us, guys, and those are the best. You can, any religion is welcome to that point, and
Mm,
that's also in one, in other words, right? And of course, hopefully all the corrupt and all the thing we're going to be all gone away, and what, because we are all going to be living on a peaceful and prosperous, peaceful planet, hopefully later. We're expecting to that to happen. And remember what they said, Dr. Kia? If something bad happened today, we expect something better will going to be coming tomorrow. When you
mm,
lose so much today or some today, you don't worry, because you will expect that tomorrow you will be receiving way bigger than what you lose yesterday. Am I
mm.
correct?
Yes. Yes. Wow. Whew. Well, I think
You
that
have more question? No more
that's,
question there?
that's it. Let me see.
Oh, one love. Thank you. I love you too. Oh, by the way, I want to thank, while you're looking for question, before
Yes.
I forget, I would like to of course thanks all of the people, especially those who believe on us and the Dr. Kia, and loyal to us and respect us and love us and pray for us. Thank you very, very so much from the bottom of my heart, that genuinely, that I will say thank you so much, and we will do the best we can, or whatever I can in my power, to be able to serve you all. And for those who are negative and doesn't believe, yet, and I'll be looking forward for when the time comes, that it will come to your heart, that you will actually say that you actually believe, and it's true, because it's already happening, because the reality, and it's already been, the success has already been there, we succeed, and they know the truth already right there on the spot. We
Mm,
don't have to repeat it to them, because they're the one who's going to say, oh, it is really all happening. Thank you so much. One thing that I can just advise is that we have to all thank our Creator for everything that we're going to receive later, because we are only a servant and doing the job that we're being told to, like all of us who has been chosen to work or have a part or role to do our journey in such way for
mm,
this 1,000 years. And again, it's all about him. We have to thank the Creator for that, our God, through Lord Jesus Christ. And of course, loving ourselves, respecting ourselves, because no one will. You have to show that to people in order for you to respect and love back to you. And we have to earn the respect to everyone. So, meaning to say, we have to try to be kind and respectful to people, because you never know who you're going to be dealing with, right? And of
yeah.
course, being humble with humility and having a good heart is a must, that we need to do. And I guess we have to spread love, caring for people,
Yes.
understanding and accommodate each one. If they are negative, to talk about it, think, try to understand and move on. And I guess we have to be open minded and be positive in a way. And number one, too, is be patient. Patient, because timing is everything, Dr. Kia. Timing.
So to summarize and to conclude, because some people are just joining, what we talked about today was how Princess Elizabeth Rodriguez is the sole executor, which will unlock what is known as the reverse key program, and the reverse key program will unleash like a massive amounts of wealth into the economy. If I think I got it right. So
Right.
thank you. And Princess Elizabeth Rodriguez not only is the sole executor of the reverse key program, or sole executor who will unlock, excuse me, the reverse key program. But she is responsible for three accounts, the heritage accounts, which are three different types. The account one is the Saint Germain Trust. The account second account, we won't name it. It's sacred right now. And the third one is the Indigenous Peoples Trust. Those three trusts are actually a part of it. How do you say it, Princess? It's a part of you're responsible for
For
triggering the,
humanity.
for humanity, triggering the green light to release those trusts to help humanity because we've been financially and economically enslaved for thousands of years. And
Mm-hmm.
as Alfredo would tell you, this is all biblical. The Bible talks about how Satan would be bound up for 1,000 years and how we will have 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. And so, what they're here to encourage us, let us know, is that we're living in that time right now.
Yes, yes,
We're living in a time of planetary peace and global wealth and prosperity. So we need to do our due diligence to make sure our heart is clean, to make sure that our spirit and our soul is clean, because you will be scanned, you will be examined to make
yes,
sure
yes. Uh-huh.
that you're worthy to receive this
Mm-hmm.
massive wealth. So
Yes.
this is why we brought these two beautiful, amazing human beings or light beings onto the Dr. Kia Pruitt show, onto our platform, because they are here to inspire and encourage humanity. Having said that, Princess Rodriguez, is there anything you would like to leave us with before we close out today? And then I'll also let Alfredo say something as well.
Well, like what I keep repeating over and over again, that we are actually in the time that the physical and the material has already been done, platform, ready to go anytime now, anytime in any day or any whatever. But the point is that we're still working on our spiritual side. So it means that when everything's already been in place and the green light is triggered, the redemption is start and liquidated and whatnot. Now the question again is that it's not the question of are we going to receive or when. It's the question that once you receive it, what are you going to do about it, Dr. Kia, Alfredo? That's the big question. And most people, I'm sure that they're not even ready yet to be able to answer that. What are they going to do about it? What is their intention? Is their heart and is their heart and soul is ready to accept and redeem it? What are they going to do about it? I mean, what is their priority and their thing that they need to do first? And of course, first of all, we have to start cleaning our own self as a person. So when we do that, all of us, I mean, just us, ourselves, we will be living on a clean planet Earth. But what is really happening now is dirty, really miserable, right? Because all the people are not clean. So again, we have to start doing that at this point. And I'm sure that a lot of your followers, anyhow, Dr. Kia, know already about this kind of spiritual and biblical standpoint. But of course, my message again is that, be kind because it's free and being humble with humility and have a good golden heart, and the fact that we are all ready to go, start planting good seeds so you can harvest good seed as well. So it means there's more blessing coming to you. And don't forget, don't even worry about what you lost then. You're worrying about the present and the future. And don't expect something when you help others, you will receive the same thing to others. No, you will do that pay forward. When you help someone, tell that person that you help also others. It's pay forward, in other words, right?
Right.
And that we should all do that, and we should all be all teamwork, work together, be a team, not to be an enemy, and start taking care of each other and kind of caring our people, our neighbor, our relative as much, and love our family, protect our family, and start to build a very good foundation. So this kind of generation to come, we will be able to transfer that to our generation, the best one, the truth one, the good things to transfer to your generation to generation. And last but not the least is that never lose our hope, always have faith in him, and never give up. Be strong and don't let anyone to stop your dreams and your goal and be in your way. Just believe on it and fight for the right thing to do. And of course, be honest and do the right thing, not the bad one. And be, respectful and love yourself, because if you don't do that, who will going to love and respect you back, right?
Mm.
So again, God bless us all, and thank you so much. So very big news, super super excited today, and I'm so very happy that we actually kind of conclude and talk about so many things, so many topics that we need to know and explore our mind and brain as well. And for the most part, that uh, believing is another thing, but when you believe and use your heart and your discernment to decide whatever that you want to do in your life, not what other people said about it. And of course, trusting and respecting ourselves is very important as well, because if we don't do that, who will going to trust and respect you? And
Mm.
again, my whole life, I never give up. So remember again, when
Mhm.
we wake up in the morning and we're still breathing, we never lose our hope. We have to fight, never give up, be strong and brave and determined and courageous, because remember, God gave us all of these specialities, qualities, that He knew that we will be able to do this for the right reason and purpose. Again, so be honest to ourselves, be loyal, and of course respect to others and love each other. And I guess don't think about all material and physical. That's
Mm.
only like a secondary thing for the most part. What is the most important to all of us, guys, is from within, our heart and soul,
Mm.
our pure soul and spirit to
Mm.
others. And again, thank you so much again. I
Yeah.
cannot even stop my goodbye, but I don't know. I have so much stuff to want to share, but thank you so much for
You're
having me. And for
welcome.
those who loves me and like me and Alfredo and Dr. Ria, we want to thank you in advance from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so
I'm
much.
waiting for the best thing to come, and I'm so excited.
And
Thank
isn't
you.
it, you're welcome. And isn't it amazing that you and Alfredo are here in September, the seventh month during the Jubilee year? This
Oh
is,
my God.
yes,
Yes.
the year of the Jubilee. So thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about the year of Jubilee and about how, you are the sole executor of so many trusts that will fund humanity and bring us so much joy and relief after all these thousands of years of slavery. And I want to say to you, let me take the time to say thank you for answering the call. Thank you so much for submitting to the will of God and following the guidelines and the principles of your ancestors. Like, we owe you so much gratitude. Thank you from the bottom
Oh,
of my
my pleasure, Dr. Kia. You're a sweet
heart.
one.
Thank you.
Maybe you're my relative and bloodline. Who knows, right?
Who knows? I
That's why we're connected. I don't know. I was so emotional, by the way. I'm so sorry about that, but
know it's
I guess
beautiful.
it just speaks for itself. From my heart. I was
That's
so.
right. That's right. We appreciate you.
Mm.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for just for your love and just being a light being. I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, and having said that, Alfredo, I know you were doing your research as an independent researcher, and you were already looking for Princess Rodriguez because of your research, and you found her by the grace of God. So we want to make sure you have words to say. Can you give us some final thoughts about the show tonight, or any words that you would like to leave us with so that we can be encouraged before we go to bed?
Yes, Dr. Kia, the pleasure will be always ours for having us in your show.
Oh, my.
And we will thank you for that, and to all the listeners globally.
Mm.
Just always remember, we were just here. We are just messengers
Okay.
in order for you to receive the message. That
Mm.
is what our Creator wants us to be.
Mm.
Every one of us. So
Mm.
we want that, to keep it that way.
Mm.
And by the right time comes, then it is the time that we will fulfill our destiny.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. Is there any way we can follow the two of you or support your work? Or, I mean, Thing to say.
Well, actually, we don't have a channel of ours because
We
for the
don't do that. We don't
reason
have.
that for security reasons, we
Okay.
did not created a channel.
Okay.
Okay, that's why it was also the very reason that I did not publish the book,
Mm,
even though many persons already requested that they will be sponsoring this and that, but to think that it is not the right time and the right thing to do because you know I was seeking the guidance itself. Should I do this and that? That's
mm,
why I did not do it until such time that I encountered the princess.
okay.
So now I know that the purpose why I wrote that book in order to support princess when
Mm,
it comes to this redeeming the entire humanity over slavery.
mm.
It is my role, it is my part, it is my destiny
Oh, beautiful.
because I believe so.
Mm,
Because all of those things that I have written, I would not have to come up with all those things if I was not my destiny.
mm-hmm,
Because as I was traveling around the globe, I discovered things that is directly connected
mm.
to the book. I
Wow.
discovered a lot of things actually,
Mm,
especially those things that was hidden from us.
mm,
So that's why I am here with Princess telling you that everything that was written in our history is already a complete mess. And the purpose of the reverse key program is to restore that in order for us to rewrite our history properly.
wow.
Yeah. In addition to that, and you probably ask why do we don't have a channel and what? Because not like others out there who was saying this, claiming that, we don't have to have a channel. I
Mm,
can be a guest, so I can explore and send the messages because I'm only alone. Like my only companies, the QPEC of 999 for all the members of the OFW people, Filipinas, but it's just to give them messages. We actually kind of have those because I know that being a member of QPECO, they will have the priority for me to taking care of them
mm,
right away. After the minute I receive some money from my own account, by the way, of course, if I go there and trigger, I will not gonna touch that money. I will have my own personal that it was given to me as an heir. I will even use that personal from my own account to be able to help my OFW from the Q record.
mm,
So the question again, the answer again to that, I don't really intend to have my own channel to be followed and
mm,
that to be kind of monetized and what YouTube channel like everybody was doing to make money. I don't have to do those things because to
mm,
me, I don't think that it's right for me to do that and have people to have hope and then you collect money to them and then try to take advantage. No, I want everybody, including me, waiting for the right time that everything's already been implemented. Then we're all going to be all working together for humanity and serve each other, helping each other, and that's it. And like right now, I'm your guest. I'm
mm,
your guest. I'm Wolverine guest sometimes, and then what do you call this? Peter Walker, and then Brownie, and some other mores who has actually wanted me to be able to express or to send the messages and what. And when people want to ask me, I only answer them to what they ask me. I don't really have to elaborate everything from the deep. But again, the time will come. We're all gonna be all know the revelation. That's why even the bank have that kind of formula that when the mystery already come arise and the top secret, we're going to reveal really the mystery and the top secret. And also in addition, I forgot to mention that being a redeemer, you can see on my secret book of redemption, right, that
yeah,
I'm the only redeemer, the only one redeemer, all of this redemption.
mm,
And me as the redeemer, I am the only buyer to be able to become an owner and then seller and then the buyer. It's
mm,
like a formula because the money is already here. It's already been so much, but the money has to circulate and process. So meaning the one that I was claiming, I still have to buy that with money with its on the redemption, so the money will circulate and work. Do you understand, right? That's
Mhm.
why being the buyer, it makes me the owner and then the seller and the buyer. And
Wow.
most people know that when it comes to redemption, the formula that I just mentioned, but not everybody will know that. I just want to say that, Alfredo, before I think I forget that in the middle interview that we have. But again, I guess I already say goodbye to all of you, but it's never ending goodbye. But again, I just want to make sure that all of you guys sit back and relax, fasten your seatbelt, and wait for the best time to come. And
Yeah,
it's and and the best thing yet is to come, and it's already coming very soon.
yes, it is.
Okay.
Very soon.
Soon. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you,
Alfredo, are you done? Are you done with your saying goodbye?
Alfredo.
Yeah, I'm done.
He's done.
Are you
Okay.
done?
All right.
And
This
of course, Dr. Kia, you last.
I just want to say this has been an amazing show. I'm just honored that I got to meet you and Alfredo, a month or two ago. And I'm grateful that you have come on the show. This is the second time. This was part two. And just thank you so much. I hope to see you all in person one day, if God wills. Inshallah, as my Muslim brothers and sisters say. And to my soul family, thank you all so very much for being here. I saw I see now 856 people in the chat. We are streaming from Rumble, two of my YouTube channels. We're streaming from LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. And for a short period of time, we were also uh, streaming from Instagram. So thank you all very much. Like the channel wherever you're streaming from, or
Subscribe, like the channel,
subscribe
share,
and share the video.
share.
This is information that you need to get out to your family members so that they can be encouraged. We love you all so much. Thank you for being here and supporting Princess Rodriguez and Brother Alfredo. Have a wonderful night and safe travels in your dreams. Now, remember, President Trump said the other day, it all begins September 6th. That was that was today, which is the seventh in the Philippines, and the seventh is a very special number biblically. So let's see what's going to
Let's
happen.
wait. Yeah, let's wait for the best. What do you call explosive news again coming later? Hopefully we will be able to receive something. But likewise, we will share it to you, Doctor Kia,
Okay,
as soon as possible.
okay.
You can count on that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
whenever
Okay, so that's it, family, and
whenever
also
time.
know that 9/11 is coming up. 9/11 is the birth of Christ, the according to the Julian calendar, I think it is.
No,
9/11.
no, 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 no. 9/11 is basically his birthday, our Messiah. But in Julian calendar, it will be November 11.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. His birthday was actually 9/11, but Julian calendar. So
Yeah,
anything could happen between now and what, November.
yeah, November. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's it, family. We just want to say we love you so much. Have a good night. And as I always say, my name is Dr. Kia Pruitt. I trust that I've said something to raise your vibrations and inspire you to create the most amazing, magnificent life that you desire and deserve. Good night. We love
Good night. Good
Bye
night. We
bye.
love you.
Good night to you there.
Bye. We love you, Dr.
Bye bye.
Kia.
you all too.
Thank
I love
you.
you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.